The Surrogate. Written by Louise Jensen. Narrated by Alex Tregear. If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? And if you wrong us, shall we not revenge? William Shakespeare. Later. There is a rising sense of panic, horror hanging in the air like smoke. "They're such a lovely couple. Do you think they're okay?" says the woman. But the flurry of emergency service vehicles crammed into the quiet cul-de-sac, the blue and white crime scene tape stretched around the perimeter of the property, indicate things are anything but okay. She wraps her arms around herself as though she is cold, despite this being the warmest May on record for years. Cherry blossom twirls around her ankles like confetti, but there will be no happily ever after for the occupants of this house, the sense of tragedy already seeping into its red bricks. Her voice shakes as she speaks into the microphone. It is difficult to hear her over the thrum of an engine, the slamming of van doors as a rival news crew clatters a camera into its tripod. He thrusts the microphone closer to her mouth. She hooks her red hair behind her ears, raises her head. Her eyes are bright with tears. TV gold. "You don't expect anything bad, not here. This is a nice area." Disdain slides across the reporter's face before he rearranges his features into the perfect blend of sympathy and shock. He hadn't spent 3 years having drama lessons for nothing. He tugs the knot in his tie to loosen it a little as he waits for the woman to finish noisily blowing her nose. The heat is insufferable, shadows long under the blazing sun. Body odour exudes from his armpits, fighting against the sweet scent of the freshly cut grass. The smell is cloying, sticking in the back of his throat. He can't wait to get home and have an ice-cold lager, put on his shorts like the postman sitting on the edge of the curb, his head between his knees. He wonders if he is the one who found them. There will be plenty of angry people waiting for their post today. Late letter shock is the sort of inane local story he usually gets to cover. But this could go national. His big break. He couldn't get here fast enough when his boss called to say what he thought he'd heard on the police scanner. He shields his eyes against the sun with one hand as he scouts the area. Across the road, a woman rests against her doorframe, toddler in her arms. He can't quite read her expression and wonders why she doesn't come closer like the rest of them. At the edge of the garden, as close as the police will allow, a small crowd is huddled together. Friends and neighbours, he expects. The sight of their shocked faces is such a contrast to the neat borders nursing orange marigolds and lilac pansies. He thinks this juxtaposition would make a great shot. The joy of spring tempered by tragedy. New life highlighting the rawness of loss of life. God, he's good. He really should be an anchor. There is movement behind him, and he signals to the cameraman to turn around. The camera pans down the path towards the open front door. It's flanked by an officer standing to attention in front of a silver pot containing a miniature tree. On the step are specks of what looks like blood. His heart lifts at the sight of it. Whatever has happened here is big, career-defining. Coming out of the house are 2 sombre paramedics pushing empty trolleys, wheels crunching in the gravel. The woman beside him clutches his arm, her fingertips pressed hard against his suit jacket. Silly cow will wrinkle the fabric. He fights the urge to shake her free, instead swallowing down his agitation. He might need to interview her again later. "Does this mean they're okay?" asks the woman, confusion lining her face. The trolleys are clattered into the back of the waiting ambulance. The doors slam shut, the blue lights stop flashing, and slowly it pulls away. From behind the immaculately trimmed hedge, hidden from view, he hears the crackle of a walkie-talkie. A low voice. Words drift lazily towards him, along with the buzz of bumblebees and the stifled sound of sobbing. 2 bodies. It's a murder inquiry. Chapter 1. Now. Don't turn around. Behind me, the laughter rings out again. I tell myself it can't be her, but I know, even after all this time, it is. The world falls away from me and I grip the counter so hard my knuckles bleach white. Don't turn around. In front of me, Claire's mouth forms the question, whipped cream? But I can't hear anything above the thrumming in my ears. I shake my head as though I can dislodge the buzzing that's growing louder and louder. Claire lowers her arm. The nozzle to the cream had been poised over my mug. I always have the same drink every time I come here, but today the sound of laughter has thrust me back into the past. The smell of the hot chocolate I usually find so tantalizing is causing my stomach to roll. Are you okay, Kat? I'm hot, tugging at my scarf as though it is choking me. White frost still patterns the pavement outside, but in here it is stifling. The coffee machine hisses and spits and steam rises towards the oak beam ceiling. An impatient cough from the man shuffling his feet behind reminds me I have not yet answered Claire. I'm fine, I say, but my mouth is dry, my voice a strange croak. Pushing coins over the counter with one hand, I pick up my drink with the other. Hot liquid slithers down the side of the mug, trickling over my fingers, scalding my skin. Reluctantly, I turn around. There it is again. Laughter. Her laughter. My eyes dart around the cafe, and when I see her, everything else fades into the distance. She has her back towards me, but I'd recognize that glossy black bob anywhere. She runs her fingers through her hair as she speaks animatedly to the elderly lady sat opposite her. Tilting her head to the side, she listens to the response. It seems like I saw her only yesterday. But of course I didn't. Lisa. My palms feel hot as they start to tingle. I haven't had a panic attack for such a long time, but underneath the mounting anxiety is an inevitability about it all. A resignation, almost. I'm unsure what to do at first, my feet roasting in my Ugg boots, my scalp prickling. The room around me tilts and sways. I move to lean against the wall, and it bears my weight while the lunchtime crowd stream in for their bowls of homemade soup and paninis dripping with melted cheese. There's no way I can leave without her seeing me, and I can't face the confrontation. Already I am emotionally drained and longing to check my mobile once again for news. Focusing all my attention on placing one foot in front of the other, I inch my way towards the round table in the corner, all the time feeling as though I might faint. Sinking into a tub chair, I plonk my shopping bags on the floor as I try to make myself as small as possible. My drink remains untouched in front of me, a thick skin forming on the top. My throat is tight and I cannot swallow. What is she doing here? We are 60 miles from home, and as I think this, it jars me I still automatically refer to that place as home, and not here, where I have made a new life. Fingering the gold cross hanging around my neck, memories crash and tumble around my mind. Our first day at school. Lisa crouching to tie up my shoelaces as I hadn't yet learned. Cross-legged in my garden in the hot summer sun, threading daisies into chains, and later stuffing toilet tissue in our bras and practicing kissing on the backs of our hands. I have missed her so much, but I don't know what to say to make amends. What can I possibly do to make it right? I can pretend I don't need her, but that doesn't stop the aching inside my chest when I think of the friendship we once had. A loud clearing of the throat draws my gaze sideward. A couple glower at me as they wait for an empty table, their tray laden with steaming coffee and slabs of cake with cream cheese icing. Apologies spill from my lips as I pull on my coat, gather my bags. Taking a deep breath, I stand and march towards the exit, head down, eyes fixed firmly on the floor. I have almost reached the door, my fingers brushing the cool metal handle, when a voice calls, "Cat!" I can't help turning around. "Lisa!" I study the face of my ex-best friend, expecting to see anger, hurt at the very least, but a smile creeps across her face, her eyes crinkling at the edges. You would think the blazing row we had the last time we were together never happened, or what came after. Especially what came after. "I thought it was you!" She looks genuinely pleased to see me. "What are you doing here?" My tone comes out more accusatory than I meant it to, and I soften my words with a tentative smile. "I'm on a week's placement at St. Thomas's Hospital. I'm a nurse now." "Like your mum?" I blurt out. I never usually allow myself to think of her family, or of my own. The here and now. "What about you?" she asks. "I've lived here for a few years." "What a coincidence." Is it? I hate the sense of mistrust creeping its way into my being. After all, Lisa is not the one who did anything wrong, is she? Before I can respond, she has enveloped me in a huge hug. "I've missed you so much," she says, and despite my misgivings, I find myself hugging her back. "You're not leaving already, are you?" she asks. I glance out into the street, at the grey skies laden with swollen clouds, at the people rushing by, heads down, pushing against the biting wind. I know I have hesitated for a moment too long when she asks me if I have eaten lunch, and my stomach growls in response. "Aren't you with—" I gesture towards the old lady at the table. "No, I was just passing the time." Lisa always did have the ability to chat to anyone, to fit in anywhere, and I feel the dull weight of the loneliness I always carry. A quick bite to eat. It can't do any harm, can it? "I think we've lost your table." Two teenage girls are slipping into the empty seats. "I vote we find a pub." Lisa grins, and the years fall away. Tears inexplicably spring to my eyes as I find myself pleased she is here. Not a chance to recreate the past. I shudder when I think of the past, but there is comfort in the familiarity. The way she links her arm through mine, the floral perfume she still wears. Icy air gusts into the coffee shop as she shoulders open the door. "We can walk to the pub over there." I nod towards the building opposite. Warm honey lamps glowing in the window, sign creaking in the wind. Nick and I often eat there. A light snow has begun to fall, and as we pick our way across the icy road to the Fox and Hounds, I taste frost and hope on my tongue. Almost 10 years. And just when we are approaching the anniversary, fate has brought us back together. That has to be a good thing, doesn't it? "Here's the local celebrity." Mitch puts down the glass he is polishing and slings the gingham tea towel over his shoulder. "The usual." He pours a shot and fizzes open a bottle of tonic. I take a sip. The vodka heats me from the inside out, thawing my chilled bones. Leading the way across the pub, I ignore the seats by the open fire that crackles and spits. Instead, we slide into my favourite booth in the corner. "This is nice." Lisa looks around. "Not exactly the Three Fishes, is it?" "Thank God." We spent too much time there as teenagers, perching on bar stools with long chrome legs and faux leather pads, sipping overpriced wine tasting of vinegar. Do you remember how often we used to slide off those stools? Yes, I permanently had one foot ready to break my fall. So, how are you? I ask. There's a drawn-out pause. Lisa tucks her hair behind her ears. Fine, she says, eventually, with a smile that disappears before it is fully formed, and I get a sense there was something else she wanted to say, but instead she asks, "What was that about? Local celebrity?" Oh, it's nothing. I pick at the beer mat on the table, peeling back the cardboard on the corner. It's hardly nothing. Mitch rests a chalkboard on the corner of our table with the specials scrawled in his spidery handwriting. Today's soup is carrot and coriander. I wrinkle my nose. I don't eat carrots unless they're in a cake. Kat and her husband were in one of those glossy Sunday supplements at a posh charity dinner, mingling with the rich and famous. Wasn't as good as the food you get here, though, was it, Kat? Nothing quite beats your sticky toffee pudding. I sense Lisa's eyes on me as I study the menu, my long hair falling forward, shielding my cheeks. I know they must be flaming. Roast turkey. Lisa rubs her hands together. It's only the 1st of December, but Mitch has had a ridiculously tall tree in the corner for weeks now. Red and silver tinsel twisted around its plastic branches. Cheesy Christmas songs drift out of discreetly positioned speakers. The Pogues sing Fairy Tale of New York. Pasta for me. Mitch bustles towards the kitchen. A heavy silence descends, pushing me back into my seat. I could stretch out my fingers and touch Lisa, but the gulf between us seems impossible to breach. And for once she seems nervous, fiddling with her cutlery. Lisa, I trail off, sifting through my mind for the words I know I should say, trying to put them in some sort of order before they spill from my lips, self-pitying and damaging. Shh, it's okay. I hate you. Even now my palm still stings when I think about it. We both made mistakes. Did things we regret, didn't we? Yes, but your mistakes didn't kill anybody, I whisper. There is a pained expression on Lisa's face, and I feel compelled to carry on. About that night, a hard lump lodges in my throat, and I drain the dregs in my glass trying to wash it down. Kat. Lisa covers my hand with hers, her skin soft and familiar. Tears rise and I bite them back, remembering the way we used to link fingers as we dash out into the playground, eager to get to the hopscotch before anybody else. You must hate me. The hate I have for myself is ever present, smouldering away in the pit of my stomach. It would be a relief almost if she slapped me, screamed at the very least. I did hate you, she admits, and although not unexpected, her words still spear me. For a long time. But not so much for what happened, that wasn't your fault, but because you ran away, I suppose. We could have got through it together, and I have got through it. Her voice is strong and determined. I had to leave. It wasn't my choice. My voice cracks. We don't have to talk about it. Not right now, anyway. Let me get some more drinks. Same again? Please, I say, even though I'm such a lightweight I should have a lemonade. But although the hot flush of panic has cooled, my heart is still racing a little faster. My breath is still coming a little quicker. The warm bloom of alcohol will calm me, I know. Lisa slides out of her seat, and I take the opportunity to check my mobile again. Instead of a text alert, a picture of me and Nick kissing on our wedding day fills the screen. My mood dips when I see there is still no news. While Lisa is ordering our drinks, I slip into the toilets and splash cold water onto my face. Patting my skin dry with a rough paper towel, I catch sight of my reflection in the mirror. My pale face framed by dark poker-straight hair, the deep purple bags that shadow my eyes. Back at the table, I tip tonic into my glass, watching as tiny bubbles shimmy amongst the ice cubes. "I don't know how you can still drink vodka," Lisa says. "Do you remember Perry Evans's party? We must have drunk nearly a whole bottle between us." She pulls a face as though it was yesterday. I haven't partied like that in over 10 years. Nick keeps trying to persuade me to have a big celebration for my birthday next year, but I keep putting off thinking about turning 30. "I remember holding your hair back while you were sick all over the washing up in the sink." I laugh at the memory, and the sound momentarily startles me. "I've never touched the stuff since." Lisa shudders theatrically. "Jake was there that night too, wasn't he?" Her question is casual, as if she can't quite remember, but I know she can. I see my own hurt reflected in her eyes. Before I can answer, Mitch sets down a bowl of steaming carbonara and buttery garlic bread in front of me. As I lean forward to reach the salt, the gold cross around my neck hangs down, and Lisa lightly touches it with 2 fingers. "You still wear this?" I don't answer. I don't need to. I know we are both remembering, and I wonder whether, even after all this time, Lisa thinks she should be the one wearing this cross. But as usual, I'm connecting dots that aren't there. She's been nothing but friendly. We fall silent for a few minutes as I twirl pasta around my fork. Lisa tackles one of Mitch's legendary roast potatoes, which Nick and I always joke should come with a chainsaw. "Tell me about this husband of yours, then. Nick, isn't it? He's the patron of a charity?" I've a mouthful of food, so I nod my response, and at first I am grateful for the change of subject. But as I begin to swallow, I realise Mitch never referred to Nick by his name, and neither did he say Nick was the patron of a charity. The bread sticks in my throat. Is it really a coincidence she is here? Or has she purposefully tracked me down? And if so, why? "Revenge," whispers the voice inside my head. I drain my drink to silence it. Chapter 2. Now. "Is everything okay with your food?" Mitch asks. "It's gorgeous," Lisa says. "I was just asking Kat about Nick." Lisa turns to look at me. "Mitch was telling me a little about his charity work while I ordered drinks at the bar. He sounds a lovely man." That's how Lisa knows about Nick. There's nothing more sinister than that. Relieved, I order a bottle of red. Lisa eats as I push food around my plate, filling up my glass twice as often as I do hers. She is barely drinking, sipping water instead. "Why did you move here? We came on a school trip once, didn't we? The castle on the hill?" "The rubble, more like," I say. "Crappy Cranes Hill, we called it, didn't we?" I suppose that was what drew me. The memories. The fact I'd been here with Jake. It seemed as good a place as any. "How long have you been married?" Lisa asks. I twist my ring around my finger. The diamonds glint as they catch the light. 8 years. Lisa grasps my hand and rubs her thumb lightly over my wedding band. "Very nice. White gold?" "Platinum." I feel defensive, although I'm not quite sure why. We both work so hard. Nick came from nothing, just like me. It's testament to how strong he is that he left school without any qualifications, but he's made a success of his life anyway. He is determined to provide for our family. Our family. My mouth can't help stretching into a smile. Soon we will be 3. It obviously suits you, being married. Lisa jars me out of my thoughts. How did you meet? Sorry, I was miles away. I was temping and was sent to Stroke Support, a charity Nick was setting up with his best friend, Richard, after Richard's grandmother had a stroke. I can still remember first meeting Nick in the Greasy Spoon. The charity still doesn't have an office, even now. Our outgoings are minimal. Most of our staff volunteers. I was expecting him to be ancient, but he was the same age as me. Brilliant blue eyes and black curls. Gorgeous, although I was blind to it at that time. Still recovering emotionally and physically. Despite my numbness, I felt a flicker of interest listening to his plans. He was so passionate. People can change so much after a stroke. I want to help sufferers and their families come to terms with both the possible physical and mental impairments. I found myself becoming more and more animated as we brainstormed fundraising ideas, perched on hard orange plastic chairs, bacon sandwiches in thick sliced bread for lunch, melted butter running down my chin. Nick had wiped it away with his thumb, and I felt a spark. He brought me back to life. And you still work for them, Mitch said. Yes, I run everything. Richard is busy with his law firm, and Nick has a property development company. That keeps us afloat financially. I don't draw a salary from the charity. I feel humbled to be able to help. Before I met Nick, I'd assumed strokes were something that only affected the elderly, but this isn't the case at all. The stories I've heard over the years have been both harrowing and heartwarming. Triumph and tragedy. As well as the admin, I arrange counselling sessions and also take my turn to man the phone line. Each and every day I think how lucky I am to have good health. And Nick swept you off your feet? I suppose so. Initially, I was in no state to have a relationship, and turned him down time and time again, but his kindness softened the hard shell I had encased myself in. One date led to 2, to 3, until before I knew it he was slipping the ring on my finger, and I promised I would love him for eternity, ignoring the gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach, telling me I should know nothing lasts forever. I was ready for my happily ever after. Even after 8 years, my heart skips a beat when he walks into a room. My nerve endings throb whenever he touches me. I'd be lost without him. How is your mum? I study Lisa's face, trying to gauge her reaction, but I can't read her expression. She's doing okay. You know what she's like, she says, as if that should tell me all I need to know. It doesn't. I don't ask about her dad. There's little point, but suddenly I feel compelled to talk about what happened. Lisa, I'm so sorry. About leaving, about everything. The fuzziness from the alcohol is starting to fade away, a headache forming behind my eyes. Mitch walks past the table with plates laden with chips. The smell of oil makes me feel nauseous. You've nothing to be sorry for. But I have. I was involved in a car accident that rocked our small town and then ran away, leaving Lisa to deal with the questions, the speculation. But I couldn't talk about the horror that led to the crash. I just couldn't. Only 2 of us know the truth, and it must stay that way. Sorry, I say again. It doesn't seem enough. I still feel so ashamed. I haven't even told Nick about the crash. He has no idea. I have hurt people. Why haven't you told him? I don't know. I pick at the beer mat again. At first it was just too raw, and then when I thought I could share, so much time had passed it seemed wrong to bring it up, as though I'd deliberately deceived him. I didn't want him to think less of me. Please, Kat, stop blaming yourself. It was ruled an accident. The police didn't press charges. It was one of those things. You've always been the same. Do you remember when Miss Masters gave you the part of Mary in the Nativity and Shelley Evans cried? You couldn't stop apologising, although it wasn't your fault. I remember picking up the baby Jesus and his head falling off and rolling into the audience. Even now I can picture the front row, the sniggering, the sympathetic looks, the mortification on the faces of my parents. Lisa comforted me afterwards. It always seemed odd me longing to perform on stage, when in real life I hate to be the centre of attention. I still think Shelley sabotaged the doll, silly cow. Lisa, we were only 8. I'm sure she didn't. You've always been too trusting, Kat. Still, I don't suppose it matters now. It was hardly a West End production. That had always been my dream, singing and dancing in musicals. Oh, to play Maria in West Side Story. I so very nearly did once. Do you still act? I hesitate before I answer. I suppose you could say I pretend every day, but I know that's not what Lisa means. No. That's a shame. You were really good. So, what do you do in your spare time? You have kids? She gestures towards the mother care bags heaped on the floor. Let me show you. I fish my phone from my handbag and swipe through the photos. This is my... Lisa's brow furrows in confusion as she studies the photo of the baby girl. She's yours? Yes, I say firmly. I'm staying positive, getting ready for her arrival, refusing to believe anything can go wrong this time. But she's... Lisa trails off before voicing what I know I'll be asked 1,000,000 times. Chinese. We're adopting her. From China? Yes. There are so many children in the world needing good homes, we thought adoption was the right thing to do. The words I've practiced in front of the mirror for months while I've waited for the paperwork to be finalised sound stilted and forced. In truth, we'd been trying to conceive for almost 2 years before finding out we couldn't, and even today it still feels raw. I take another glug of wine. It shouldn't be long now. Nick thinks we'll hear this week, and then our house will become a home, and all of a sudden I can't wait to get back there, to unpack the tiny pink dresses and warm, fleecy baby grows into the glossy white drawers in the nursery. The nursery! I rummage in my handbag for my purse and gesture to Mitch for the bill. Inside my purse is the note Nick tucked there this morning. Stop worrying. I love you. It's going to work out this time. It has to. Outside the window, day has turned to night, although it is only 4 o'clock. Snowflakes swirl past orange street lamps. How exciting. When do you get her? I puff out air, not quite sure what to say. Soon, I hope. We should find out this week. My voice is small. We tried before. It was a boy, but it all fell through, almost at the last minute. Oh, it's such a precarious process, adopting from a different country. I'd been looking into the process here, but Richard, Nick's childhood friend and our solicitor, suggested we look further afield. He said we had far more chance of getting a newborn, and he was right. Due was only 6 weeks old. We had to start from scratch when Due was given to another couple without explanation. I don't think I could face it all over again if it happens with I really don't know what we'd do, but I have a good feeling this time. I force a smile and don't tell Lisa I still wake in the night dreaming of Due, feeling the weight of him in my arms, the smell of his hair. I'd been utterly desolate. I can't say I blame you, adopting, having a baby without ending up with a pot belly. Lisa pats her stomach. You have children? Shame washes over me as I realise just how little I have asked Lisa about herself. In my mind, it is hard to separate her from the 19-year-old girl I last saw who vowed she never wanted a family, but, of course, she's grown up now. She's changed. We both have. Boys or girls? A girl. What's her name? There's a beat, a twisting feeling in my gut as I wonder whether something went wrong. Emotion glistens in Lisa's eyes, and I find I've curled my fingers, nails digging into my palms while I wait for her to speak. Finally, she quietly says, Gabrielle. I open my mouth to comment on her name, and Lisa whispers, She is absolutely beautiful. Do you have a photo? She's not. I didn't. Lisa studies the table, and I lean forwards, covering her hand with mine, almost sensing she's about to say something terrible. Don't judge me, Kat. I won't. Did you... I want to ask if she gave her up, but I can't bring myself to utter the words out loud. My body stiffens with the unfairness of it all. I was a surrogate, Lisa says at last, and I pull away as though her hand is burning hot. A surrogate? I repeat, even though I have heard her perfectly well. I had a baby for a couple who couldn't have one of their own. Lisa's eyes lock onto mine, and there's something almost challenging in her gaze, and I realise I had judged her, unfairly so. Lisa, that's incredible. I felt so privileged to do it. Acting as a surrogate is definitely something I'd consider again. Stella, the mother, she'd had so many miscarriages. Lisa babbles, her face bright red, and I know she is embarrassed to be telling me, but I think it is amazing. It's such a selfless thing to do. I feel hopelessly guilty I can't conceive. Less of a woman, somehow. I bite my lip. No, I'm oversharing. My carefully fabricated pretense of adopting purely to give an unwanted child a home crumbles instantly. Did you ever think about surrogacy, rather than adoption? Not really, no. I read the headlines in the newspaper last week. That celebrity is looking for a surrogate, but I don't know much about it. Tell me. I met Stella at work. She was lovely, but approaching 40 and despairing she wouldn't ever have a family of her own. She'd tried everything to have a healthy pregnancy. You know that feeling, when you want something so badly you almost feel you'll kill for it? I inhale sharply. Sorry, Lisa winces. Bad choice of words. We fall into silence. An icy finger runs down my spine, and I look over my shoulder. The door to the pub is firmly shut, and the fire is blazing, but I can't stop shivering. Chapter 3. Now. It is winter dark as I step out of the cab, an icy wind biting my nose and ears. Whirling snow dances in front of my eyes. Instead of lowering my head and ploughing forward like I'd usually do, I turn my face towards the sky and stick out my tongue, catching the snowflakes and swallowing them down as they melt. I feel younger than I have in ages. Lighter. It was good to see Lisa. The more we drank, the more we laughed, until my stomach muscles ached and my paranoia was cleared away with our dirty plates. We have promised to keep in touch. I gaze up at the half moon, my breath clouding in front of my mouth, and imagine I can see my hopes for the future soaring sky high amongst the dotted stars. I'm careful as I pick my way down our gravelled driveway past my Honda CR-V. Nick thought the solidity of a 4x4 might help me feel a little more relaxed on the roads. It doesn't. It's inevitable that I have to drive sometimes, but I catch a cab or the bus when I can. Nick knows I'm nervous, because I told him I was involved in a bump before I met him. I said everyone walked away, and he's never pressed me for details. He was quiet for a few days before announcing he'd enrolled us both on an advanced driving course. He's a typical man in that respect, always wanting to fix things, find solutions, and while I was pleased he was trying to support me, some things just can't be fixed. The instructor told us advanced drivers are safer, more observant. Increasing awareness of potential hazards makes you statistically less likely to have an accident. Nick had nodded along, but even after the course I felt anything but safe. The ice and alcohol collaborate, forcing me off balance, and I splay my hands to the side, arms trembling under the weight of my shopping. It is a relief to put down my load on the doorstep and flex my fingers to get the blood flowing again. The miniature bay tree by the front door looks so pretty, sprinkled with light snow, its silver pot shimmering in the moonlight. I fish my keys out of my bag and let myself into the red brick house we are still settling into. Nick started his property investment business purely as a way to fund the charity in its infancy days, wanting to match the money Richard was initially putting into it. But as the buy-to-let market boomed, profits soared. Nick bought this 4-bedroom detached as an investment, but couldn't wait to show me, and we linked hands and ran like excited children from room to room. The house isn't huge, but it's in a lovely area. I had watched his face shine as we tumbled into the sunflower yellow kitchen, and I knew this would be our forever home. "Look at the view!" He'd bounced on his toes as I'd wrapped my arms around his waist, my chin on his shoulder, and agreed it was stunning. Beyond the quintessential garden are patchwork fields, sheep grazing. Claire lives opposite. I already recognised her from the coffee shop and was delighted she'd be living so close. She's a single mum and only works part-time. It's nice having someone I can grab a quick drink with. Sometimes the stories I hear at work make me crave human contact. People assume working for a charity is all shaking a collection bucket and organising raffles. But there's so much more than that, and at times it is emotionally harrowing. I love it, though. My boots click on the shined-to-perfection laminate floor. I'd scrubbed the house before I left, and a faint whiff of bleach emanates from the downstairs loo. Sitting at the bottom of the stairs, I tug off my suede boots and run my foot over the droplets of water dripping from the sole, dampening my sock. Nick won't be home for a while, and the house is still, silent, except for the tick-tick-tick of the grandfather clock. Upstairs, I put my shoulder against the white gloss door leading to the nursery and push my way inside. I'm about to become a mum. A mum. I roll the word around my mouth, tasting all the implications it brings. Dropping my bags, I sink into the chair I've bought for feeding and dig my toes into the soft, digestive-coloured carpet, gently rocking back and forth, the lavender from the plug-in air freshener filling my lungs. Today. We could hear today. The room isn't ready. A border covered with sleeping bunnies wraps itself around all 4 baby blue walls. Nick had been reluctant to decorate, didn't want to tempt fate, I suppose, until Douay was here, and, in retrospect, he was right. After work one day, he had stuck his head around the door. I was balanced precariously on a ladder, feathering my brush against the ceiling, singing along to S Club 7's Reach for the Stars blaring out of my Roberts radio that, despite being digital, still sometimes crackled and hissed. He disappeared, and I thought he was annoyed, but returned minutes later, having replaced his suit with an old pair of jeans and a faded Levi's t-shirt. He crunched his way across the plastic sheeting covering the carpet, kissed me hard on the lips, and picked up a paintbrush. We didn't talk as we worked, but the silence was comfortable. Easy. An hour later we had finished, but we couldn't bear to leave. Nick nipped out for a takeaway. We sat on the floor, avoiding leaning against the tacky walls, eating chips soaked in salt and vinegar, discussing what we thought Douay would be when he grew up. We went from F1 driver, Nick, to actor, me. But in the end, we both settled on happy. And although he is now not ours, that is exactly what I still wish for him. Now, as I look around, I think tomorrow I'll buy some pink paint and decorate for Mai. And as much as I'm looking forward to her arrival, regret lodges in my throat as I think I will be painting over Douay, saying goodbye to the family we never got to be. I swallow back my tears. I've had a good day and won't spoil it now. Instead, I kneel in front of the white wardrobe and begin to unpack my shopping. Cream baby grows with pink butterflies, tiny white socks with a lacy trim, a bib with Daddy's Girl, pastel vests with metal poppers, and the softest fleecy lemon blanket with a giraffe in the corner. I fold everything carefully and pull open a drawer. My heart skitters at the sight of baby blue clothing. I lift everything out as carefully as I can, holding each item to my nose, breathing in deeply as though I can smell the baby that was never really mine to love. That didn't stop me loving him anyway. My emotions rage against each other. I could cry at the injustice of it all, and yet, as I cradle the stuffed rabbit I've bought for Mai, with ears that crinkle and a bell in the tail that tings, I can't help but feel hopeful. A mum. I'm going to be a mum, and the enormity of it overwhelms me. I'll have a tiny person to protect, and panic twists in my gut. What if I can't protect her? What if I let her down too? But I tell myself it isn't the same. I'm not the same person I was then. I am so lost in my thoughts I don't hear Nick as he comes home. And it isn't until he crouches beside me and takes my hand in his, I know something is wrong. His cornflower eyes are filled with regret, and the scar on his forehead he's always so self-conscious about shifts as he frowns. Somehow, I know what he's about to say before he speaks, and I pull back almost as though I can stop the words coming. Kat, I'm so sorry, he says, and I try to stand, but he doesn't let me go. Richard has called. There was an issue with the paperwork. Secretly, he thinks someone has slipped a backhander. Mai has gone. And just like that, my world crumbles. He holds me as my grief soaks his shoulder, his shirt darkening with the force of my tears. We shouldn't have instructed Richard. What were we thinking? He's a commercial lawyer. I am desperate for someone to blame. We should have used an international adoption solicitor, a specialist. Richard wouldn't have agreed to help if he was out of his depth. I trust him. He has consulted with the other partners. There was nothing anybody could have done differently. Can we offer more money? Anger begins to bubble. I won't take this lying down. I can't. It's too late, Nick whispers into my hair. He sounds as wretched as I feel. What about if we fly out there? Kat, he speaks slowly, patiently, and I catch a glimpse of the father he could be. She's been given to someone else. But I want to say they won't love her like we would, like I do. But I don't know that, do I? There are other women whose desire to hold a baby burns hot and bright. Why should I be more deserving? "You're not," whispers that little voice, and all at once it feels like karma. Payback. I've moved away, but I haven't been able to escape myself. The things I've done. What are we going to do? Should we try the UK? At least this sort of thing won't happen. I raise my tear-stained face to Nick's, but he can't look me in the eye. I don't think so. Remember the orphanages, the conditions. It's much better to offer a home to one of those babies. But we need to think very carefully about whether we can go through it again. It's traumatic for both of us. He envelops me in his arms, and I slump against him, numb and mute. The moon shines through the window, illuminating the nursery rhyme mobile that's hanging over the crib. Humpty, fat and round, spinning slowly. All the king's horses and all the king's men. Much later, Nick is gently snoring. Sleep hovers in front of me, and every time I snatch at it, it is whisked away from my grasp. My eyes are gritty with tiredness as I pad into the nursery. The rabbits stare down at me from the border on the walls, judging me. How could you let another baby go? The wood creaks as I lower myself into the chair. I rock back and forth. Seconds, minutes, hours tick by. Dawn breaks, and it's impossible to keep my eyes open any longer. Just before I slip into blackness, I remember Lisa's words. Acting as a surrogate is definitely something I'd consider again. Hope begins to unfurl once more. After all, she doesn't seem to hold a grudge at all. Does she? Chapter 4. Now. This isn't legal, Richard says as I try not to squirm under his disapproving gaze or say anything stupid. There is a lot riding on this meeting. My fingertips flutter to the gold cross around my neck, the way they always do when I'm anxious. The wait seems endless as Richard shuffles through papers on his desk. My mouth is dry, but my palms are slick with sweat. I discreetly wipe them against my trousers before I stretch out my hand towards Nick. He links his fingers through mine. I must say I was surprised to get your phone call, but I've done some research and had a chat with the chap who specialises in family law here. The laws for surrogacy are sketchy at the very least. You won't be protected if anything goes wrong. It's so hot in the office. A too large executive desk fills the space, sucking the air out of the room. Richard's aftershave is always overpowering. Something expensive, no doubt. I half wish I hadn't worn my cashmere jumper as I feel another trickle of sweat snake between my shoulder blades, but I had wanted to appear confident and in control. But in control is the last thing I feel. Nicholas? Richard asks in that tone of his which always makes me painfully aware he has never really approved of his best friend's choice of wife. I'm not sure why he has never warmed to me. In our wedding photos he stands expressionless next to Nick, not even a hint of a smile on his too handsome-for-his-own-good face. Neither Nick nor I have family to speak of, or that we really speak to, and it had meant a lot to me we had friends who could join us. But as Nick and I swayed to Jason Mraz's I'm Yours in the tiny venue that was still only half full, I was aware of Richard's cold, hard stare following me around the meagre dance floor lit with flashing blue and green lights. The taste of the garlic mushrooms we'd eaten for our wedding breakfast kept rising in my throat. I glance out of the window and wish Richard would crack it open. A pigeon rests on the sill. His wings glint silver and purple in the weak winter sun. This is what I want. I sense rather than see Nick look at me. This is what we both want. He gives my hand a reassuring squeeze, and I am grateful we both want to build a family. Early on, he told me his parents were dead, and he didn't want to talk about them. I told him mine weren't, but I didn't want to talk about them either, and it brought us closer, bound by our loneliness. Our secrets, some might say. But I don't think there is anything wrong in a fresh start, looking towards the future instead of the past. I had asked Nick, of course, about his childhood, and he'd said there was nothing to talk about, but the telltale tick in his jaw, the vein that throbs at the side of his head, told a different story, as did the scar that streaks across his forehead. He hasn't had it easy, I know, but that only makes me love him more. Over time, I have stopped asking questions, because it's never one-sided, is it? Finding out information. If we have that conversation, sooner or later I'll be the one expected to talk about my parents, my past, and that's the last thing I want to do. Anyway, ultimately, we are all the same, aren't we? Skin and bones, truth and lies. We all have our stories to tell, regret we bury, hope we try to tether lest we begin to think we can be something we're not. My hand trembles as I lift my glass and water sloshes over the edge, soaking my knees. It is cold and uncomfortable, but it will dry quickly here. The radiator next to me blasts out heat. I am beginning to feel dizzy. Surrogacy is a very grey area, Richard says. We can certainly draw up an agreement to protect your interests as much as it can, and ask the surrogate to sign a letter of intent, but neither is legally binding if she changes her mind during the process. There is no law that can force a mother to give away her child, no matter what she has promised. Richard steeples his fingers together and stares directly at me. It's a shame the adoption fell through again. I did all I could, but that's the way it goes sometimes. You win some, you lose some. He doesn't sound sorry, or look sorry, and for an instant I wonder if he has sabotaged the process. But why would he? I dig my nails into my palm. If I ever found out he was responsible for me losing Due and Mai, I'd kill him with my bare hands. I try to keep my features neutral. I won't let him get to me. I won't. The surrogate we want, Lisa, she's done it before. I trust her. The napkin with Lisa's mobile number on it had been stuffed into the bottom of my bag, and I'd smoothed it out, carefully practicing my speech. I would explain the adoption had fallen through and we were interested in learning more about surrogacy. But as soon as I heard her voice, the bond we'd shared as teenagers tugged the words from my lips, the emotion from my chest. I'd sobbed and sobbed down the phone. I've lost my Elise. It's happened again. She'd soothed and sympathized, and we had talked for hours. In the following days she had rung me every afternoon, and I was grateful for her support, for the chance to chat. Sometimes about our school days, my obsession with Desperate Housewives, her obsession with Justin Timberlake. Sometimes about nothing. But our conversations always circled back to Mai and the loss I felt, and in the end, it was her who brought up surrogacy first. Look, Kat, she had said, I don't want to push you into anything, but surrogacy? The pause seemed endless as I had silently urged her on. Was she really going to offer? Somehow I didn't feel I could ask. My hand gripped the telephone receiver, fingers tightly crossed. You know I'd do it again, for you. But you don't even know Nick. I left my weak protest hanging in the air, waiting for her to bat it away. I didn't know Stella's husband at first. I didn't even know Stella that well, but you and me, we have a history, don't we? Yes. The word came out with a rush of relief. I was saying yes to everything. I'd held her offer tightly in my hands like a gift, and later unwrapped every last detail of our conversation before recounting it to Nick. He wasn't sure at first. As we sat at the kitchen table, I had spread out page after page of information I'd printed off the internet. Beaming couples holding tiny bundles, surrogates standing behind them, smiling serenely like proud aunts. The chance of a surrogate getting pregnant, Nick rifled through the papers. You've looked for all the success stories, but what about the ones that go wrong? The couples who are still left childless. I can't face it again. Seeing you so upset. I can't put myself through it. Is it really so important to have a baby? We're okay, aren't we? We're happy. Yes, but... I bit my lip. Sifted through my mind for the words to communicate the huge gaping hole inside of me. It was like a wound, almost. Sometimes I thought I was healing, until I'd walk past a mum pushing a pram proudly through town, stand in a queue behind an expectant mother stroking her belly, and I'd feel the scab being ripped off. It hurt every single time. It never lessened, the searing pain. If anything, it was only getting worse. Sometimes it seemed the whole world had what I so desperately wanted. How could I convey that to Nick? That longing? But somehow I must have, because he said yes. And you're happy with this, Lisa, Nick? Richard asks. I'm happy if Kat is, Nick says. But before meeting her, I wanted to discuss the legalities, hear your thoughts. You could always buy a kitten or a puppy, Richard says. My breath catches in my throat. It's not quite the same, is it? I try to make my tone sarcastic, but my words are shaky. I don't know how much longer I can hold it together. It's all right for him. He's so focused on his career he doesn't want kids. But he must have some compassion. He wouldn't have wanted to set up stroke support otherwise. No, I suppose it isn't, he relents. If you want to go ahead, it won't take long for me to do the paperwork. We just need to agree on the finer points. Reasonable expenses can be paid to Lisa. We don't mind what it costs, I jump in. You probably don't, Richard says, and I sit back, feeling my spine press against the wooden chair, as though I have been pushed. There's a part of me that wants to retort we wouldn't have to worry about money if I drew a salary from the charity set up for Richard's grandmother, and we didn't rely solely on Nick's property business for our income. But today, I want to keep us all focused on the baby. You do want to stay on the right side of the law, don't you? Richard's stare is unwavering, and I squirm uncomfortably. Sometimes I feel he can see right through me. What's the legal amount to pay? Nick asks. This is where it all gets rather murky. Richard swivels from side to side in his chair. It's illegal to arrange a surrogacy for profit, but not illegal for a surrogate to profit. So Lisa could charge what she wanted. Not exactly. As I said, it's not cut and dry. Before the family court will issue the parental order, they must assess what payments have been made. If they believe more than reasonable expenses have changed hands, then the court has to authorize each payment before the parental order can be granted. So we could get to the end of the process and the court could say no. There is so much that could go wrong. Frustrated tears prick the back of my eyes as I stare down into my lap. It's extremely unlikely the court wouldn't approve. They do have to take into account the welfare and best interests of the child, but it would greatly complicate the process if inordinately large amounts of money had changed hands. Expenses can include any outlay while trying to conceive, during the pregnancy, and expenditure during the postnatal period, Richard continued. What sort of things would we need to cover? Nick asks. There's quite a range. Costs involved while you're getting to know each other, travelling. If Lisa feels she needs counselling, that's your responsibility financially, as are maternity clothes, trips to the hospital, any loss of earnings. We call the payments expenses, but there is of course a degree of unspoken profit, as it were. After all, the surrogate is inconvenienced for a prolonged period of time. It irks me he can refer to a pregnancy as an inconvenience, but I do understand what he means. It's a huge sacrifice Lisa would be making. If it were up to me, I'd give her every penny I could get my hands on. How much do you think? Nick asks. It varies, but the general rule of thumb is anything between 7,000 and 15,000. More than 20,000 would potentially trigger alarm bells to the court. Expenses prior to conception are usually covered as you go along, and then once the surrogate is pregnant, it's up to you. You can hand over a lump sum or pay a monthly amount. There's no hard and fast rule. Is that okay? I turn to Nick. We can cover Lisa's expenses? It will wipe our savings out. If you use a clinic, it will cost more, of course, Richard says. How much extra do you think a clinic might be? I'm worried we can't afford it. I don't know, Nick says. I don't really want to take out another loan. The repayments for the buy-to-let mortgages are so high. Perhaps you should give it some more consideration, Richard says. I almost laugh. Nick and I had thought of and talked about nothing else these past few days and had finally made our decision yesterday. My mobile had rested on the kitchen table between us as I called Lisa. The relief in her voice as it drifted out of the tinny speaker was palpable, and I had been touched to realise how much she must want to do this for me. Thank you. Tears had shimmered in Nick's eyes. I can't believe you'd do this for a complete stranger. Oh, you won't be a stranger for long, Lisa said. We'll be getting to know each other very well, Nick. After we had ended the call, we remained sitting at the table, grinning like idiots, until the sun lost its grip on the sky and I could no longer make out Nick's features. We'd gone to the Fox and Hounds and giggled as we ordered champagne from Mitch. We kept reminding each other it was early days and we should be cautious, but we couldn't help racing into the future, wondering whether Lisa would fall pregnant quickly, whether we might have a boy or a girl. We've thought it through properly. Lisa is coming around tomorrow to confirm the finer details. Nick and I can talk again afterwards, I say. Nick agrees with me and it feels like a small victory, but Richard hasn't finished yet. You do understand if this is successful, the child will remain legally Lisa's until the parental order has been issued after the baby is born. Lisa could keep the baby if she wanted to. She won't, I say. And how much do you know about her family? There are conditions that can be inherited, Richard asks. I answer immediately. They're all healthy. I've known them for years, but we'll ask her. It's not just the physical. There could be mental health issues, personality traits that can sometimes skip generations. It's all going to be fine. You don't need to worry. Besides, half the baby's genes will be Nick's, don't forget. There's nothing in your history I should know about, is there? Nick pulls a tissue from the box on Richard's desk and wipes beads of sweat from his forehead as he gazes out of the window. No. There we go, then. I rest my palm on his back. Everything's fine. You'll be such a good dad, Nick. I hope so. He turns to me, his skin ashen. You're a natural. I've watched you with Ada. Claire's daughter adores Nick. Anyway, it's not all about nature. There's nurture too, isn't there? Nick screws his face as though he is in pain. I call his name, but he doesn't seem to hear me. I stare helplessly as he slumps forward, his head cracking hard against the corner of the desk. Chapter 5. Then. Nick sat cross-legged on the threadbare carpet. His dad, Kevin, stretched out on the worn sofa, fag in one hand, ash falling onto the floor. There wasn't anywhere else to sit. It wasn't like Nick had a bedroom to retreat to. Cigarette smoke spiraled around the page of Nick's colouring book. He pressed his crayon harder onto the page, turning the dragon from white to green, and tried not to think about the time they lived in a proper house, like a proper family. That was before his dad put his back out and couldn't work. Now he couldn't even be bothered to shave. The odd can of Foster's he drank to unwind at the end of the day became a lunchtime drink to ease the pain, until the snapping of the ring pull and the fizzing of lager was the sound Nick woke up to. His dad looked different, smelled different, was different. With all of his small heart, Nick missed the dad who used to helicopter him around the garden, as well as his granddad, Basil, who had recently died. He had loved staying in his tumble-down cottage, waking to the crashing sound of waves, the smell of salt on the air. Endless summers playing with the local kids on the beach. Mum took on extra cleaning and looked permanently exhausted, and she probably was, despite her reassurances that she was fine. Nick might only be 7, but he was aware that her hair, that once looked like spun gold from Sleeping Beauty, was now dark at the roots, and there were lines etched onto her face that hadn't been there this time last year. "It's only temporary," she had said as they moved their meagre belongings into the tiny flat. She showed him where he could keep his things in the battered old sideboard the previous occupants had left behind, with its door hanging from a single hinge. Most of his toys had already been sold at a car boot sale, and their solid wooden furniture was long gone. Nick's dad had groaned as he shuffled into the lounge and flopped down on the sofa that Mum explained folded out into a bed. It was where Nick would sleep. Dad had drunk can after can of lager as Mum scrubbed the kitchen and washed the windows until they sparkled, but the flat still smelled sour. Despite the patchwork rug and the bright cushions Mum carefully arranged, it didn't look like home. It didn't feel like home. Nick yawned. He couldn't go to bed until Dad did, and Dad would wait until Mum finished her shift at the pub. Once home, Nick's mum would always find time to tell Nick a story and kiss him goodnight. Afterwards, Nick would lie on the sofa, his thin, itchy grey blanket pulled up around his shoulders, and cuddle Teddy Edward, his bear, running the red ribbon tied in a bow around his neck through his fingers, listening to the voices drifting through the paper-thin walls. His dad's voice low and angry, his mum's soft and soothing, and later the squeaking of bed springs. Nick would clasp his small hands over his ears. Nick had nearly finished colouring in the dragon, as green as the ring his mum always wore that once belonged to his grandma. His tongue protruded from the tip of his teeth as he concentrated hard. For once he had stayed in all the lines. Now for the night. Nick didn't have many colours to choose from. "Father Christmas doesn't have much money this year," his mum had said, "although you've been really, really good." "Stop fucking babying him," his dad had bit back. But when Nick woke on Christmas morning, the pillowcase he had left out was bulging with sweets, a new jumper that was Nick's favourite blue, although when Nick pulled it over his head it smelled a bit funny and there was a small hole in the elbow, and the colouring book and crayons. Nick's fingers hovered over the box as he deliberated between red and yellow, but they had learned about St. George in class last week, so he picked out the red. He had tried his hardest to listen as Miss Watson's soft voice had told the class about swords and shields, but he had drifted off, waking as his friend Richard kicked him under the desk, whispering the answer to the question he had been asked. Richard always covered for him. Nick had sat bolt upright and wiped the trail of drool from his mouth, embarrassment heating his face as he'd caught the sympathetic glance of his favourite teacher. After class, Miss Watson had held him back and asked him if everything was all right at home, tilting her head to the side the way Mum did when she wasn't too tired to listen to him. He told Miss Watson everything was fine, and she told him to run along to the canteen. Nick said he'd forgotten his lunch, ashamed to admit his dad usually ate the sandwiches Mum made before she went to work. It didn't matter much, though. He never got that hungry, and Richard was always happy to share. Miss Watson had pulled open her drawer and silently handed him a Mars bar, and he thought she was pretty, like the princess in the story. Nick's eyes were heavy with sleep now. The 10 o'clock news was on, so it shouldn't be too much longer before his mum came home. In a bid to stay awake, Nick pinched the red crayon harder between his fingers and pressed down on the page. There was a crack as the crayon split into two, and his head snapped forward as Nick's dad slapped him. Hard. "Do you think your mum works all these bleeding hours so you can break things?" Nick shook his head as he tried to stop his lip from trembling. His dad hated it when he cried. Dad's eyes had glinted in the light of the flickering TV as he ripped the dragon picture out of the colouring book and tore it in two. "That was for Mum, for the fridge." Nick drew his knees up to his chest and tried to stop trembling. "I'll let you into a secret. Mum hates your pictures and tacky fridge magnets. Says they make the place look untidy. Let's not tell her I told you. I'm trusting you to keep your mouth shut. Deal?" His dad held out his hand, and Nick slipped his small one inside and tried not to wince as his dad shook it so hard his shoulder felt like it was being wrenched from the socket. That was the last time Nick ever coloured, and the first time he had to keep a secret. But it wasn't the last time, and it was far, far from being the worst. Chapter 6. Now. I jump as I feel the weight of Nick's hand rest on my shoulder. I hadn't heard him come into the kitchen. "Are you okay?" I twist my head around, my eyes drawn to the bruise on Nick's forehead. It was blue yesterday. Today it's purple, and somehow that looks worse. "I'm fine. Stop fussing. I've told you it was hot in Richard's office, and I was a bit stressed, that's all. I fainted. There's nothing wrong." He nuzzles my neck. Reassured, I dip my cloth into the bowl filled with warm water and lemon multi-surface cleaner, wringing it out, wiping the worktops until they are so clean they squeak. Lisa is coming, and I want everything to be perfect. The air is citrus fresh, and my hands are pink and raw. The copper pans hanging over the Aga shine as the sun streams through the trifold doors. Swinging open the fridge, I pull out peppers and celery, and after shutting the door I wipe my finger marks off the handle. "Just think," I say to Nick as I rub the stainless steel until it shines. "One day this could be covered in drawings from our child. What do you think? A fridge covered in gaudy magnets?" Nick doesn't answer, and as I turn around I am shocked to see the anger plastered over his face. "Nick?" "Sorry, I was miles away. Let me help." Nick rinses the vegetables under the tap before I shake them dry, cool droplets of water speckling my forearms. I'll chop them into crudités to have with hummus. Spotify streams a pop playlist. Little Mix threaten black magic. Nick usually laughs and tells me I'm too old to like them, but we all have them, don't we? Guilty pleasures. And although he says he hates pop music, we often bop around the kitchen together while we wait for dinner to cook. Stupid, over-the-top dance moves from an era that doesn't fit with the music at all. The mashed potato, the twist. Today, though, there is no singing or dancing. We are both on edge. "Are you getting changed?" I ask Nick. "You look too casual." He's wearing jeans and a white t-shirt, his hair shower wet. His bare feet have left dull marks on the floor I've mopped twice. "It won't make any difference what I wear. I wish you'd just—" I step forward and silence him with a kiss. His stubble grazes my chin and I taste peppermint. "I'm sorry." I wrap my arms around his waist. "You must be nervous too." I snuggle into him. Sometimes I forget how hard it must be for him, and once again, I am grateful he chose to stay with me and didn't leave me for someone who could give him babies. I never could understand why Nick chose me in the first place, why he pursued me so hard, with my hair that hangs limp and my bottom that strains my jeans at the seams. As he holds me, my mind drifts to the memory of the night he proposed. He had taken me out to dinner, but he barely ate, fiddling with the corner of his napkin, refilling his glass more often than usual. I had convinced myself he was going to break up with me as I pushed my chicken breast, oozing with garlic butter, miserably around my plate. Over the strains of classical music, I'd drunk in every last detail of his handsome face over the flickering candle, the black curls I loved to run my fingers through, the scar on his forehead. "Marry me, Catherine." His words sprang out of nowhere, and my hands rose to my chest to hold his question close to my heart. "I'll look after you. I'll be a good husband, I promise." Yes! I didn't take a second to think about it. I loved him, I did, although it wasn't with the all-consuming, flame-hot love I'd felt before. It was real. Solid. We had toasted, bubbling champagne tickling my nostrils. Later we'd lain in bed, sheets tangled around our legs, his fingers rhythmically stroking my hair. I had thought I had never been so happy. But as I was nodding off, my subconscious whispered I had been this happy once before, and the last thought I had before sleep tugged me under was of Jake. There's a squeal of brakes, the crunch of metal. It's dark, so dark. I cannot see, and panic tornadoes through me. It's hot, unbearably hot. Acrid smoke seals off my throat. I cough and cough, my lungs burning with the effort of trying to drag in air. My ribs feel as though they will shatter. Jake! I'm calling his name over and over, but I think it must be in my head because I can't hear. Just for one solitary moment there is perfect silence before my senses roar back to life. Someone is screaming, anguished cries my ears will never forget, but I don't think it's me. I can't move. I can't think. I'm trapped and I'm scared. So scared. There is something warm and sticky running down my face, and as it trickles down my nose, I can smell the blood. Every cell in my body urges me to move, to run. But I can't. Jake! I was drifting on the edge of consciousness, 1 foot in the past, 1 foot in the present, not able to step fully into either, not entirely sure where I wanted to be. When the roaring in my ears began to subside and my pulse rate started to slow, I became aware of Nick's steady breathing as he slept beside me. The sheets were damp with sweat, my pillow damp with tears. I scrubbed at my cheeks with the sleeve of my pyjamas, mopping up my guilt. Even in sleep, I couldn't reach Jake. Even in sleep, it was too late. And it was always my fault. The sound of the doorbell breaks Nick and I apart. Lisa must be here. Feeling sick, excited, scared, I rush down the hallway, skidding to a halt in front of the telephone table, tugging a brown curling leaf from the pale yellow roses Nick bought me yesterday. I hope Lisa can sense this is a happy home, despite the increasing strain we've been under trying to expand our family. A perfect home for a child. Strip away the polish, the bleach, the lemon cream cleaner, and underneath there's love and laughter. And that's what matters the most, really, isn't it? Lisa! My voice is an octave too high as I step back and welcome her inside. We hug and my clothes dampen as I press against her wet coat. We've spent hours chatting on the phone every day, but it feels odd to have her here. Come through, I say, gesturing towards the lounge. Cat, this is gorgeous. Lisa shrugs off her Mac and spins around on tiptoes. I have a flashback to our ballet classes. Pirouettes and tutus, hair brushed into buns. And you have a piano now. I'm so pleased. You always wanted to learn. I had begged my parents for music lessons, but Dad thought the arts were a waste of time, though I got the feeling Mum would let me if she could. Dad only tolerated me being in the drama group in sixth form because I got extra credit towards my extended project, and the points would count towards uni. I'm trying to teach myself, but it's not as easy as it looks. In truth, I have probably spent more time dusting it, imagining the row of silver picture frames that would display photos of our happy, smiling family. Douay, head thrown back, roaring with laughter, in a swing, tossing bread at the ducks, baking cookies together, steam rising from gingerbread men, the tips of our noses dusted with icing sugar. I could imagine Douay balancing on the piano stool when he was old enough, banging out Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star while I smiled and clapped. Then the adoption fell through, and the image in my mind had to change to Mai, and it was never quite the same. I think even when we first signed the paperwork Richard had filled in for her, I half expected something to go wrong. And now the picture frames in my mind remain blank and empty. The sound of a throat clearing causes us both to look up. Nick hovers in the doorway looking like a guest in his own home. I cross the room and take his hand. His palm is as sweaty as mine. Lisa, this is my husband, Nick. Hello, Nick. You look even more handsome in the flesh. Lisa shakes his hand. His face milk white. He's as nervous as me. You two haven't met. I saw his photo in the Sunday magazine, Lisa says, and I frown. She hadn't mentioned she'd seen a copy when we first met the other day. Mitch showed it to me. In the pub? Of course, I say. I'll make some tea. It isn't until I'm leaning against the worktop as the kettle gurgles and splutters I realise it was Mitch who first showed me the photo in the Sunday supplement, and he gave me his copy to keep. How could he have shown Lisa? But he could have bought another one, I suppose. I lift the tea tray and rattle down the hallway. Approaching the lounge, I hear Nick exclaim, I can't believe it! Not Kat! They both turn to me as I enter the room. I'm so sorry. Lisa's eyes are wide. I thought being married, you'd have told Nick everything. Chapter 7. Now. Why didn't you tell me you used to be on stage? Nick takes the tea tray from me, and I wipe my palms on my tunic top, feeling horribly exposed. But of all the things Lisa could have revealed about my past, this is hardly the worst. Still, when I find her gaze, I see a flicker of something in her eyes, and I feel a cold lurch of fear. Have I made a mistake inviting her into my home, into my life? It was only school productions, and all such a long time ago now. I was hardly Jennifer Lawrence. She's being too modest. Lisa is smiling warmly now. Nick too. And I think it must be only me who can feel the atmosphere spitting and crackling with secrets. Kat was really good, always the starring role, and you loved it, didn't you? I loved a lot of things then, but it doesn't mean I do anymore, I say, and a flash of something crosses Lisa's face, and I know she's thinking of Jake too. Thinking she loved him more than me, that she loved him first. The clock in the hallway chimes. The crudités sit untouched on the coffee table, the cucumber drying, the peppers shrivelling. Lisa has told Nick how she tried to lighten my hair with sun-in and it went orange, and I've shared that Lisa used to copy out song lyrics and use them for her English homework, but we still haven't talked about babies. More tea? As I stretch my arms forward to lift the tray, I catch a faint whiff of sweat and I draw my elbows in tightly to the sides of my body. Shall we talk about the real reason I'm here? Lisa's eyes lock onto mine and panic pinballs in my chest. For an instant, I am back in that night with the pain and the blood and the endless screaming until she says, "The surrogacy?" And I empty my lungs of air and urge myself to calm down. The smell of sweat is stronger now, and I excuse myself. Upstairs, I strip off my jumper and wipe my underarms with baby wipes before spraying deodorant and pulling on a clean top. Back in the lounge, Lisa has moved from the armchair into the spot I vacated next to Nick. Their heads are close together, thighs touching, and I feel a stab of jealousy remembering how we fought for Jake's affection, until I realise she is showing Nick something on her phone. "Look!" Lisa stands and crosses towards me. She shows me a photo on her mobile of a tiny baby in a pink polka-dot sleepsuit, rosebud mouth, fists clenched together as she starfishes in her cot. "This is Gabrielle, Stella's baby," Lisa explains. As I look at the picture, any doubts I have disappear. She's adorable, Lisa. The fact she called Gabrielle Stella's baby and not really her own brings it home to me the magnitude of what Lisa has done, what she is offering to do again. My sight is fuzzy with tears as I raise my finger to swipe the screen to look for more photos. "That's the only one on there." Lisa stuffs her handset into her pocket. "The rest are on my computer. I don't need to see her every day. She's not mine. She never was. Stella sends me emails every now and then, updating me on her progress and sending through photos. I feel like a proud aunt, I suppose. I love her, but Stella's her mum." "How did you... I can't believe I feel so awkward asking. "Want to sketch? Got any crayons?" Our shared memory of Lisa explaining sex to me with a diagram, scribbling on the back of her maths book with an orange Crayola, causes us both to burst out laughing, dissolving the tension in my muscles. "We went through a clinic," Lisa says, serious once more. "You have to pay a fee. It was really expensive. They started with a semen analysis of Stella's husband's sperm. The fault isn't with Nick," I cut in. "We've had tests." "You'll want my eggs, then," Lisa says, as though we are discussing a shopping list. "We should still get Nick checked for STIs, unless you've been checked before." "Yes, before Kat," Nick says, and I turn to him in surprise, but he doesn't meet my eye. I wonder if that was with Natasha. She is another part of his past he doesn't like to talk about. Nick used to be plagued by texts and calls from his ex when we first got together. We also had a peer support worker through the clinic who oversaw the process, and they helped with the parental order. The baby has to be living with you at the time for that to go through. "Richard will handle that," says Nick. "My friend's a solicitor," he explains to Lisa. "But look, I've been trying to tell Kat not to get her hopes up. The success rates can't be high with this sort of thing. It's not any different to trying to conceive naturally. Even so, the chances of you falling pregnant must be slim. There are fertile couples who try for months, years sometimes, before they are successful." I stiffen at his words, and he puts his hand on my knee and squeezes. "We both want to be parents," he continues. "But it hasn't been an easy couple of years trying to adopt from another country. Emotionally, we're exhausted, both of us." "All the more reason not to try to adopt again," says Lisa. "So how does it actually happen? The insemination?" I can feel the heat radiating from Nick as he speaks, and I reach for his hand. Lisa opens her handbag and pulls out a small package. "I've brought a home kit with me in case you wanted to see how it would work without a clinic. It's all very above board, no physical contact needed between me and Nick. And you'd try this more than once around ovulation?" I stare at the syringe. It's incredible to think a piece of plastic could help me become a mum. "Yes, I know I'm ovulating today, so I've worked out the dates for January, but I'm on a work course that week, so the timing wouldn't fit. I could come and stay in February if you choose to go ahead." Although we are forming plans, my immediate reaction is one of disappointment. February seems so far away. When I look at Nick, he is rubbing his scar on his forehead, and I know he is thinking. I wait, wondering if he feels frustrated by the delay too. I can see the benefits of a clinic, he says, particularly when dealing with a stranger, but with you and Kat going back such a long way, I'm not sure it's necessary. It's certainly an advantage to know each other so well. It's unbelievable to think I can be the one to change your life completely, Kat. I'm very much looking forward to it. I can feel Lisa's eyes on me, but I can't tear my pleading gaze away from Nick. I'm willing him to read my thoughts. The silence is unbearable. Dozens of words swim around my mind, and I fish out the phrase I am looking for. No time like the present, I say, but my voice is small and uncertain. I think so too, Nick says, and I fling my arms around him. Today, says Lisa, and for one split second I think she's going to say no. But she shrugs, why not? And she slips into our hug, and somehow we feel like a family already. Lisa wriggles free of our embrace and passes a pot to Nick. If we're doing this, you need to... I know. Nick's tone is terse and his muscles tighten, and as excited as I am, I can't imagine the embarrassment he must feel. Part of me wonders whether we should wait for a clinic. If a sterile environment and nurses would make this situation that is anything but normal slightly easier for him to bear. Look, Nick. I drop my arms and step back so I can read the expression on his face. We don't have to try today. There is no rush, really. The words almost stick in my throat, and my heart is hammering a tattoo inside my ribcage. My hopes are floating like a helium balloon, and I can't tug them back down. Do you want to wait until February? Nick taps on the lid of the pot with his fingertips, and it seems an age before he answers. No, it makes sense to start now while Lisa is here. He takes a step towards the door and Lisa says, wait! And there is a horrible moment where I think she's going to tell us she won't do it. Nerves writhe in my stomach. I hate to bring this up, she bites her lip, but it is usual to pay some of the expenses before conception. I did travel here and buy the kit, not that I dreamt for a second we'd be using it today. Of course! I feel terrible she had to mention this first. I'd hate her to think we're not grateful. I glance at Nick. We could do a bank transfer now, couldn't we? I know he doesn't want to delay any more than I do when he says, how about 1K now as a goodwill gesture and we'll draw up an agreement for the rest? Perfect, but only if you're both sure. We reassure her we are. Lisa hands Nick her bank card and he transfers the money on the iPad, and when it's done, he stands, the pot in his hand. Do you want me to come with you? My face reddens as I feel Lisa's gaze on me. It's okay. Nick kisses the top of my head. Just leave the pot by the side of the bed when you're done, and I'll go up and do my bit, Lisa says. And as Nick paces across the room, I can hardly believe we could be creating a baby today. Nick's heavy tread mounts the stairs, and I spring from the sofa and envelop Lisa into a hug. Thank you for this chance, I whisper into her hair. I never thought I'd be a mum. I never thought I deserved it. Lisa squeezes me tightly. Kat, she says softly, we always get what we deserve. Do you think Lisa could be pregnant? It's ridiculous, I know. She only left 3 hours ago, but already I can't stop thinking about it. I'm half lying on Nick on the sofa, my head resting on his shoulder. Each time he exhales, warm air kisses my ear. Stacked on the coffee table are the remains of a takeaway, plate stained yellow with turmeric, the smell of spices hanging in the air. I love evenings like these, our stay-at-home date nights. In the background, Spotify streams. Mumford & Sons' Promise I Will Wait. I run my hand under his shirt, his skin soft and warm, heart slow and steady beneath my palm. I doubt it, darling. Nick's fingertips caress my forehead. Please try not to get your hopes up. Was it awful? You know, I reach for his hand and feather kisses on his fingertips. Into the pot. Lisa and I had sat in awkward silence on the sofa, both painfully aware of what my husband was doing upstairs. Time was long and slow until Nick shuffled back into the room, not looking either of us in the eye. I've had better experiences. Thank you. I tilt my face so I can see his expression. And I swallow hard. I'm sorry. You've nothing to be sorry for. If I could conceive... Cat. Nick hitches himself up on his elbow so he can look at me properly. I love you. You know that, don't you? Yes, and I'd do anything to make you happy. Even if it makes you unhappy. I trace his jawline, feeling the faint stubble under my fingertips. Nick. I clamp my lips together in a bid to contain the words that I don't want to say, but they seep from my mouth all the same. You do want children, don't you? If it wasn't for the wine, the emotions of the day, I wouldn't ask. You know I do. We've tried to adopt twice. He leans over me and picks up his wine glass from the floor, but rather than his usual sip, he takes a large gulp. I fiddle with the buttons on the front of his shirt, undoing the top one. Black hair coarse on his chest. It would be easy to become distracted, to forget he hasn't actually answered my question. You're not just doing it for me, I prod. Nick sits up and tops up both our glasses before handing me mine, and as I drink, the alcohol slides through my veins, leaving courage in its wake. Talk to me, please, I ask. I didn't have the best childhood, Kat. You know that. I nod, although I don't, not really. But I know it isn't only the scars on the outside he carries. I don't want a child to go through what I did. His voice cracks. It's important to me we both want this, I say. My parents... I drain my glass too quickly and hold it for refilling. Dutch courage. I think it is Lisa coming back into my life that has stirred up the past, and for once I feel the need to share. I never felt loved as a child, but I've been thinking about them a lot lately. Maybe not them specifically, but aunts and uncles, cousins. Our child won't have a family other than us. Don't you think that's sad? I'd loved my grandma when I was small. She was warm, funny and kind. Everything my own mother wasn't. Apple crumble and custard. Pound coins pushed into my hand each visit. It is what it is, Kat. Nick puts his glass down. We have enough love to go around. Look, let's have a holiday. Get away. We've always fancied Italy, haven't we? It's been nothing but babies for the past couple of years, and I don't want to lose sight of us. Rather than having big holidays, we prefer long weekends. It's easier work-wise and always seems more romantic somehow. I'm reluctant to make plans, though. Let's wait and see if the surrogacy works. I want this as much as you do. Nick takes my empty glass, but we must be cautiously optimistic. The scar on his forehead crinkles. I lean over and lightly kiss away his doubts. He takes my face between his hands and his lips brush mine. Electricity sparks as his tongue snakes inside my mouth. The sofa creaks as we shift until he's lying on top of me. We tug at each other's clothes and we touch each other, properly touch each other, our ragged breath audible over the sound of silence drifting from the speakers. This isn't the perfunctory Friday night fumble that has somehow become part of our routine. As Nick runs his hand up the inside of my thighs, I part my legs wider, feeling his touch in each and every nerve ending in my body. This is love, real, solid, and tangible. The way babies should be made, goads the voice in my head, and immediately I feel less of a woman. The touch that was making me moan with pleasure now brings tears to my eyes, and I bury my face in Nick's shoulder so he cannot see them. Lisa's words grow louder in my mind. We always get what we deserve. Chapter 8. Then. Stop moving! Lisa tilted my chin, sponging foundation onto my skin, but I couldn't help twisting my head again. Couldn't tear my eyes away from the TV. Eva Longoria was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. I'll switch it off if you can't keep still. Oh, don't you dare, it's nearly finished. I wanted to see the end of Desperate Housewives. I couldn't watch it at home if my parents were around. Dad only liked educational programs, but to me, this was far more relevant to the future I dreamed of. I had wanted to be an actress since I was small. I loved the school productions, the smell of face powder and lipstick, the sound of applause. It was almost like stepping into another skin, I suppose. A more confident skin, a chance to become someone else. And even then, I wanted to be someone I was not. Do you think her hair is naturally wavy? God knows. Bet she's got a team of stylists. Who looks like that in the mornings? Eva sashayed across the screen in a short silk robe, legs toned and tanned. Who looks like that at any time? You'll look better than that tonight, Kat. I'm going to give you smoky eyes. That sounds like a disease. Very funny. Lisa swirled a brush into eyeshadow. I saw it on an online tutorial. You'd be amazed what you can learn on that new YouTube. I'm not sure if Dad would approve of me spending valuable revision time watching homemade videos. I had asked my parents for a makeup set for Christmas, but instead had been handed an A4 brown envelope. Inside was an annual online subscription to Encyclopedia Britannica. It made a change from the hardback versions that stood stiff and proud, spines uncreased on my bookcase. Later, in the kitchen, Mum had slipped me a small tin of Vaseline and told me I could highlight my cheekbones, use it on my lips and eyelashes. I had clutched the tin of possibilities tightly in my hand like the secret it was, as Dad's heavy footfall grew nearer and Mum turned her attention back to peeling sprouts. Does your dad ever approve of anything? Lisa asked, but it was a rhetorical question. Dad thought I should spend every waking second studying. Every morning when I stumbled bleary-eyed into the kitchen and pulled cornflakes from the cupboard, I couldn't help seeing the university brochure Dad had left on top of the microwave. My offer letter pinned to the corkboard above the fridge. As I splashed cold milk over my cereal, my stomach would churn. It wasn't as though I didn't want to go to university. I had been doing some research of my own, and there were some fabulous courses offering degrees in performing arts. But to appease Dad, I'd applied for English and history. Dad always wanted to be a teacher. It's a good, solid career, Catherine, he said. But he had dropped out of uni. He called himself a financial advisor when he was trying to impress people, but when it was just me and Mum, he complained he was nothing but a glorified salesman. Just because he wasn't clever enough to finish his course, it shouldn't mean I was forced to follow his dreams. I had my own. Lisa checked her watch. If we're ready in 15 minutes, Mum said she'd give us a lift on her way to bingo. Dad's working late again, so she's making the most of it. Lisa's mum, Nancy, was lovely. She'll pick us up after 2, and as you're staying here tonight, we won't have to leave at some ridiculous time for your curfew. Almost done. Lisa swept bronzer over my cheeks. I nearly wasn't allowed to stay over. There was a problem when I told Dad we were revising together. What? He knows you too well. You're hilarious. Lisa stepped back and studied me. "And I'm a genius. Take a look." My reflection was stunning. Unbidden, my fingers fluttered to my face as if checking it was really me. "I look..." "Oh God, don't start singing I Feel Pretty again. I've heard it so many times, I swear I could be your understudy." I was constantly practicing for Maria in the sixth form production of West Side Story. I was going to say I look like my mum. I must take after her more than I had thought. I had never noticed a resemblance before, but I had seen a photo once of her on stage when she was about my age. She looked so alive. When I had asked her if she ever wanted to be an actress instead of a secretary, she had said it was a one-off, but there had been a wistful look in her eyes. I had hoped that would be the moment she would open up. But she hadn't, and she remained a stranger to me. This woman who gave me life but came home exhausted, her trouser suit and faded dreams hanging from her tiny frame. Occasionally there were flashes of kindness, like when she gave me the Vaseline, but mostly we felt like three entities under one roof, not like a family at all. "Don't get all mushy." Lisa eased open her drawer. "You might have crap parents, but you know I love you." She handed me a bottle of perfume. "Lisa!" I'd coveted Sarah Jessica Parker's lovely fragrance for ages. I sprayed it onto my pulse points. Rosewood and lavender danced around my nostrils. "What do you think?" I held up my wrist. "It'll do until Eva Longoria gets her arse into gear and brings one out. Let's get dressed." Lisa shrugged off her dressing gown and slipped into a turquoise dress that sparkled like the sea. "Fuck!" She tugged at the zip. "I'm getting so fat." "You're not," I said. But actually she was, a bit. "God, I'll never pull tonight." She turned sideward in the mirror and sucked in her stomach. "Oh, it's no wonder I can't get a boyfriend." "I thought there wasn't anybody you liked." "There isn't," she said a little too quickly, but there was a flush coating her chest. "There is! Who?" "Doesn't matter. I'm going to look awful." She yanked off her dress, close to tears. "Nothing fits me anymore." "Wear the stretchy black one. It looks better anyway." "It's boring and it will cling to my belly." "You can wear my necklace to bling it up and draw the attention to your amazing cleavage instead." I took off my thick silver chain with a diamante heart and looped it over her neck. "Are you sure?" Her mood instantly brightened. "It's your favourite." "What's mine is yours," I said. "Really? I'll remember that," Lisa said. And in that moment, neither of us could envisage a time we wouldn't want to share. How things changed. Perry's enormous lounge was a throng of hot, swaying bodies, cheap perfume and aftershave. On the shelf above the TV, cat ornaments rattled as the bass pulsed from oversized speakers. Red and green flashing lights lit discarded paper plates heaped with crumbling sausage rolls and drying sandwich crusts. The Happy 18th banner had become unstuck at one end, and Perry wrenched it down before wrapping it around himself like a cape. I squeezed my way into the hallway looking for Lisa. She'd gone to the loo ages ago, but the queue was still snaking down the stairs. Instead of waiting, I headed through the kitchen and out of the open patio doors into the garden. Multicoloured lanterns glowed. They were strung from the fence, hanging from the washing line. Even outside, the music was still pounding. Sitting on the picnic table, feet resting on the bench seat, were Aaron and Jake. I had to gulp my vodka, liquid courage, before I could join them. I saw them every day at school, but this felt different somehow, with my short dress, heels sinking into the lawn. The wood creaked as I sat next to them. "Hey, Cat." Aaron offered me the spliff he held between thumb and index finger, and when I shook my head, he shrugged and placed it between his lips. For someone who was intent on being a doctor, Aaron didn't take his own health very seriously. As he took a drag, the end crackled red before he exhaled, and the warm night air was heavy with cannabis and tobacco. "Aaron!" Perry swayed in front of us, clutching a beer still wrapped in the banner. "It's my birthday! Got me a prezzy!" Aaron jumped off the table, and it wobbled with the sudden shift in weight. I stretched out my arms to steady myself, my left hand resting on Jake's knee. Aaron supported Perry as he led him back inside. "Think we should help?" I asked reluctantly. I didn't know Aaron very well. We didn't share any lessons. "Nah," said Jake. "I like it here." He turned to face me, and I realized my palm was still pressing against his knee. Underneath the denim was heat. I started to draw away, but he placed his hand on top of mine. Our fingers linked together, and my mouth went dry. It was crazy. I'd known him forever. He was like a brother almost. But since he'd been cast as Tony in the end-of-year production of West Side Story to my Maria, something between us had shifted. There was a confidence about him, both on stage and off, that made my pulse flutter. He didn't dress like the other boys, in his white t-shirt and skinny jeans, black pork pie hat, the gold cross he always wore. At rehearsals yesterday, he'd cupped my face between his palms as we sang Somewhere, and when he took his hands away, I felt like he had taken a piece of me with him too. "Dance with me, Kat." He pulled me to my feet, and alone, under the endless indigo sky, it felt like we were the only two people left in the world. As my body gyrated with the beat of Paul Weller's It's Written in the Stars, Jake didn't once let go of my hand, and instead he pulled me closer. His lips brushed my ear, and I melted like butter as he whispered, "You and me, Kat, we're written in the stars." As he pulled back, I studied his face to see if he was joking, this boy I had known most of my life, but his eyes were full of longing. "This," he whispered, "is what I wanted to do at rehearsals yesterday." His mouth skimmed mine, lips warm and smooth. I began to close my eyes. The last thing I saw was the utter disbelief and hurt on Lisa's face as she stood framed in the patio doors. Perhaps I should have pushed Jake away, but as his kiss grew more urgent, I knew I was lost. Rightly or wrongly, I didn't let Lisa's reaction stop me slipping my hand into Jake's back pocket, pressing my body hard against his. I wanted him, and at that time it seemed so simple. If only I knew then the length that Lisa and I would both go to get what we wanted, the hurt we would cause, the lives that would be lost. If I'd known that then, I like to think I'd have pushed Jake away, because otherwise, what sort of person did that make me? And I'm not a monster. I'm not. Chapter 9. Now. The week since we saw Lisa seems endless. "How was your day?" Nick bites into his pizza, spicy pepperoni. A string of cheese stretches thinner and thinner until he snaps it with his fingers. Before dinner, my arms had been sprinkled with goose flesh, but now jalapenos heat me from the inside out. "Good," I say, taking a sip of water to soothe my burning tongue. "I spoke to a guy, Alex, who runs a theatre group. We had a chat about them donating the profits of their next production to stroke support. He seemed quite keen." "Lisa got you thinking about the past, has she?" Despite the fire in my mouth, a chill snakes down my spine. "Sorry?" "Acting. I still can't believe I didn't know that about you." "Yes, I suppose so. I'm going to meet him tonight at rehearsal. Do you want to come?" Outside a storm is raging. I loathe driving in the dark and rain. "Sorry, I'm meeting Richard to discuss the expenses for a new project." "Speaking of expenses, have you transferred the money to Lisa?" I ask Nick. "We've agreed on 3,000 up front, and when she falls pregnant, for I have to believe it is a when, £1,250 each month." Yes, she's probably out now spending it all on drink and drugs. He laughs to show he is joking, but a knot of anxiety twists itself tightly in my stomach. After Lisa first offered to be a surrogate, I'd had a long conversation with her about her health and lifestyle. I grilled her, I suppose. She assured me she eats healthily, will take all her prenatal supplements and won't drink. But still, it's a lot of trust in someone to keep my baby as safe as I would, if I were the one carrying them. It occurred to me I could find a different surrogate. Someone who drank those gloopy green juices, performed yoga on the lawn each morning, whatever the weather, and avoided sugar and processed food. I went round and round in circles, trying to decide whether Lisa was the right person, and whether our shared history was a help or a hindrance, but had concluded at least I know everything there is to know. Who knows what a stranger might keep hidden? Better the devil, I suppose you could say. The fact that we've grown up together is a positive thing, I think. We'll both be able to be honest if there's anything we're unhappy with. Great. She's hiring a relaxation coach. I was so relieved when she told me. She really was taking her health as seriously as she promised. Any lingering doubts had evaporated. Lisa said when she was pregnant with Stella she had high blood pressure, so it will help with conception, if she's not already pregnant. What on earth is a relaxation coach? They teach you meditation and stuff. She's going to see her once a week and can ring her up when she's feeling stressed as well. It must be incredibly pressured working at the hospital. It's horribly expensive, but worth every penny, I think. It's up to her, I guess. Richard put in the agreement she can use the expenses for anything relating to her well-being. We should be glad she's not drinking a bottle of wine a night to relax. My eyes flick over to our empty bottles waiting to be recycled. Maybe we should try meditation. I grin. I can think of better ways to relax. Nick lifts his eyebrows suggestively, and I suddenly wish I was staying in, but if I were, Nick would likely become engrossed in paperwork while I'll be glued to social media on my phone. I only use Twitter and Facebook for the charity, though that in itself could almost be a full-time job. Perhaps we should go to Italy before the baby comes, while it's still just the two of us. We finish eating and I clear the table, popping the pieces of crust on the worktop near the back door to give to the birds in the morning. Nick rinses the plates while I lick my fingers before slipping on my shoes and buttoning my coat. See you later! I do a jazz hands goodbye and high kick out of the room. The community centre is freezing cold. There's a proper stage in a huge room. Grey folded chairs are stacked around the edge of the shiny parquet flooring. It smells of my old school, rubber plimsolls and boiled cabbage. But it isn't the smell that causes my breath to hitch in my throat. On the stage, feet pounding, arms swinging, a group of men of different ages belt out "Gee, Officer Krupke." The song strikes me with such force I lean heavily against the wall as though I would fall without its support. They are performing West Side Story. A film of tears coats my eyes. I can almost see Jake on the stage. It takes me a second to realise the music has stopped and a couple are standing in front of me. Hello. My voice sounds distant and hollow, as though it belongs to someone else. I shake the hand that is offered. Kat, from Stroke Support. You must be Alex. Yes, and this is Tamara. Hello. She beams a smile, glossy pink lips framing impossibly white teeth. Take 5, everyone, Alex shouts. Shall we? He gestures over to the chairs and the three of us sit in a triangle. So, as I said on the phone, our next performance will be in June. We won't start advertising it until the new year, although we've been rehearsing for a few weeks. Most of the cast work full-time and we don't get together quite as often as we'd like. We've had a chat, haven't we, Tam? And we'd be happy to donate the proceeds to Stroke Support. Yes, Tamara says. And you'd help us with advertising? Yes. We'll print the posters. We'll need to put our logo on and put out some leaflets. We can probably get the local paper to run a feature and the radio. They're normally really good with things like this. We'd provide the programmes as well and get some volunteers to sell them on the night, as well as doing a raffle in the interval. Sounds fabulous. We can firm up the details later if that's okay. We've only got the hall booked for another hour. Do you want to stay and watch us rehearse? Alex checks his watch. I don't want to stay. I've never been able to watch West Side Story since. It's too painful, too raw. But I find myself saying yes. Who's playing Tony? I ask. That's me, says Alex. Tam is Maria. We're not hogging the best parts, honest, but other members have busier lives. This is our life. Bit sad, really. At least we know we're reliable, Tam says. We lost our Anita this week. She found out she was pregnant. She's gutted. She's already got 3 kids and doesn't want another. My stomach clenches like a fist at the unfairness of it. Don't suppose you act? Alex raises his eyebrows. Yes? Well, I used to, at school. I was never... The words are coming out in a gibbering rush and I can't stop them. I was Maria once. Again, I feel that contraction in the pit of my belly. Despite the hours of rehearsals, I never got to perform in front of an audience, did I? So you know the part? Too late. I realise what I've walked into. It's been years. It's like riding a bike. You never forget. What do you think, Tam? You practised for Anita a few years ago, didn't you? You know both parts really well, so you could swap and Kat could be our Maria. But I've never played Maria. It seems only I can detect the faint note of desperation in Tamara's voice, and that's probably because I've heard it in my own. It would save Kat playing catch-up if she had a role she knew. You're the boss, Tam says. I'm happy if you are. But the set of her jaw, the narrowing of her eyes, are a direct contrast to her words. Let's try you out and see if you fit. Everyone! Alex claps his hands. Kat's going to sing us a song. As I stand centre stage, I have a sense of not being present in my own body. It feels as though 1,000 eyes are burning into me. There's a thrumming in my ears and the room feels as though it's spinning. I don't have to do this, I know, but as sick as I feel, there must be a part of me deep down that wants to try, because as the backing track starts, I begin to sing. My voice is hesitant at first, my timing off. Something passes over Tamara's face, and as I deliberate whether it is annoyance or amusement, I forget my line. Sorry. My whole body is trembling as though I am in shock. The backing track starts again, and this time I close my eyes, and I don't just hear the music. I feel it. The emotion rises as I remember singing I Feel Pretty to Jake in his bedroom, powering my voice. My body starts to sway, and my pitch is now perfect. When I've finished, I open my eyes, blinking furiously as the room comes back into focus. Taking in the expressions of the cast, the applause, I know, without a doubt, that I am Maria. Again. It could be a positive thing, I tell myself as I inch out of the car park. It will give me something else to talk about with Nick, something that isn't work or babies. Ever since he'd mentioned not wanting to lose sight of us, I'd been worried, although we're just as affectionate as we ever were, just as thoughtful. I still bring him a cup of tea in bed every morning. He still fills my car with fuel. But it would be good for him to see me in a different light. The romantic lead. Who'd have thought? My rising excitement is tempered by the fact I have to drive home in the dark, in the rain. The fear I feel in a car has never really left me, despite my GP referring me onto a course of cognitive behavioural therapy. It's not unusual for the victim of an accident to feel anxious in a vehicle, the therapist said, but despite her soothing tone, her use of the word victim increased my agitation. When I'm behind the wheel, I feel such a weight of responsibility, not just for me but for the other road users, as though I am the one that has to keep them safe, in a way I couldn't before. The heater blasts out air and my toes begin to thaw as I leave behind the town and the street lamps, heading for home. The weather is atrocious. The radio station is playing 50s music, and Elvis begins to sing Are You Lonesome Tonight? I snap off my stereo, my breath coming a little faster. My shoulders hunched. Rain flings itself at the windscreen and the wipers swish at double speed, but visibility is poor. My hands grip the steering wheel tight as I lean forward in my seat. Along with the woody smell of the air freshener swinging from the rearview mirror, a sense of foreboding fills the air. I ease my foot off the accelerator. It wasn't the car that hurt me, I think, in the way I'd been taught. It was human error. Knowing that is supposed to make me feel better. It never does. The moon is hiding behind the rain clouds, and everywhere I look is black, crushing. The sky blends in with the road, and my full beam picks out the rain sheeting down. There's a particularly nasty bend coming up, and I slow down again, dropping into second gear. From behind there's a flash and the blast of a horn, and my underarms prickle, but I can't bring myself to drive faster. The horn blares again. Intimidated, I speed up, trying to put some distance between us, but I can't help thinking of the other time I was in a car with the dark and the rain. The accident is sharp in my memory, clearer than it has been for years, and suddenly I am terrified. I drop my speed again, hoping the other car will go around me. There's another blast of a horn, for longer this time. Headlights flash once, twice, 3 times. I tilt my rearview mirror to stop myself from being dazzled. I'm arced over the wheel now, every muscle in my body rigid. The car blasts its horn again, and I urge myself to calm down as I heave in a breath as though I am suffocating. There isn't a good place along this country track to overtake, but I know there is a lay-by coming up, and I have seconds to make a decision whether to stop or carry on. It will be safer to let them pass. I indicate left and twist the wheel. My tyres scramble for traction and squeal, and the sound transports me back. My body is stone as I wait for the impact, the pain. But the car straightens, and I am safe in the lay-by. The other car tears past me. I am hyperventilating as I rest my forehead on the steering wheel, panic tearing my chest in two. I haven't felt like this for years. It's all starting again, just like I always knew it would. Lisa is back in my life. I am Maria. Oh God, I am slipping back into the past. The good, the bad, all of it. Chapter 10. Now. It's my first rehearsal, and I'm terrified. Nick had left a good luck message on the worktop spelled out in Cadbury's buttons. Although I felt sick with nerves, I still popped them onto my tongue, letting the chocolate dissolve as I dragged a brush through my hair and changed into clean leggings. Alex has already ordered my costumes. You're committed now. He passes me a gold dress that shimmers under the spotlight. Want to try it on? We're starting with the dance at the gym. Talk about throwing me in at the deep end. I've no idea if I'll remember the steps, I say, as if every single move isn't still embedded into my memory. It's the scene where Tony first meets Maria and is one of my favourite parts of the show. What I really mean but cannot say is that I've no idea whether I am still agile enough to carry it off. Not for the first time, I wonder if I've made a mistake. I'm too unfit, too old. You're not 30 until next year, Claire had laughed as I'd expressed my concerns over coffee. Go for it. But now, under the harsh lights, with all the attention on me, I can almost see my confidence skittering across the stage, slipping down the trapdoor, swallowed by blackness, never to be seen again. The dress feels snug. I'd had to draw my navel to my spine to yank up the zip, pulling so hard the metal imprinted on my fingertips. I smooth the satin of the dress over my stomach, wishing I didn't mindlessly eat so many hobnobs as I work at the kitchen table. "We might as well go the whole hog and put the backdrop up," Alex says. "Any volunteers?" "I can help." I step forward. "It needs securing properly," Tamara says. "We'll show you how another time." "I've done scenery before." I'm eager to prove my worth. I still feel terrible about taking the part away from Tamara, although she has been really gracious about it. My fingers are shaking as I secure the backdrop, looping rope around the rings. Muscle memory kicks in and I automatically tie knots as my mind wanders to the last time I did this. To the kisses I'd sneak with Jake backstage when we thought no one was looking. There was always a wolf whistle from another member of the group. Some secrets can't be kept. The music blares, jolting me from my memories, and I hurry to take my place. Alex smiles reassuringly, and the stage vibrates with the clump of footsteps. It's all too soon the muscles in my legs are shaking. I hunch over, chest burning as I drag in air. "Sorry," I manage to rasp out. "Not to worry," Alex says. "You've months to get your fitness up. This is only day 1. Ready to go again?" I nod as I straighten, trying to ignore the stitch burning in my side. "Run!" Tamara screams, and at first I can't understand what's going on, but out of the corner of my eye I see the backdrop wobble. My heart leaps into my throat and I instinctively raise my arms, but it's too late as the scenery falls, crashing against my skull. I'm sitting on the edge of the stage, pressing a tea towel full of ice cubes to my temple, but my head doesn't hurt as much as my pride. "Are you sure you secured it properly?" Tamara asks for what feels like the 100th time. "Yes," I say again. But I'm not sure. Not really. My mind is too full of Jake, of Lisa, the past, the future. I realise how little headspace I am giving Nick, and I feel sick with guilt. "Cat!" Tamara shakes her head in exasperation, and I realise she had been talking to me. "Sorry, what did you say?" I really have to pull myself together. I can't fall apart. Again. The rest of December passes in a blur. It is the week before Christmas, and I've been fundraising like crazy. Everyone is so generous around this time of year. We're both so busy we only put the decorations up last night. As usual, we've gone for a real tree, and drank hot chocolate laced with brandy, wearing Santa hats, as Nick wrapped the lights around the branches and I hung baubles. It's hard to focus on the paperwork today. Thoughts of Lisa constantly creep in my mind. I rattle off yet another text, asking if she is okay, when what I really mean is, does she think she's pregnant? Although she has assured me countless times she'll let me know as soon as there is news, good or bad. Lisa replies to say she'll call later. She's busy at work. Again. "You need to slow down," I had said the last time we spoke. "You do so many hours. Can't you stop your overtime for now?" "That's what my relaxation coach says, but I can't meet the rent without the extra cash." "But you have our first payment now, the £3,000. Isn't that enough? Do you need more?" "No, you're already being generous, and you're right. That will cover the shortfall in rent. It's not just about money, I suppose. I enjoy keeping busy." "I know, but it's not just about you now, is it?" I felt horrible, almost as though I was bullying her, but she sighed and agreed to turn down extra shifts. Later, I'm jotting down a list of things we need from town when my mobile rings. Lisa. My stomach flip-flops. I'm torn between wanting to hear what she has to say and being utterly terrified she'll tell me her period has started. "Hello?" I am cautious as I answer. Hi, sorry for the radio silence. I'm having a nightmare. What's up? Hang on a sec, she says. I hear her speaking in hushed tones to someone else, and I want to scream down the handset, "Are you pregnant or not?" But at least this way I can have a few more minutes of pretending before she comes on the line again. Sorry, Kat. I'm really busy. You know what this time of year is like, and my car's broken down and garage says it will cost $2,000 to fix it. I can't afford it without my overtime, so I've been taking the bus to work. That must be inconvenient, I say, my mind racing to find a solution. I don't mind the bus, usually, but... But what? While I wait for her to speak, I scribble tangerines onto my shopping list. I've been feeling a little queasy lately. The pen slips from my grasp, and I watch it roll off the kitchen table and onto the floor. Everything is moving in slow motion. Do you think... I trail off. Perhaps. I'll do a test if my period doesn't start on time, but I just wanted to touch base. Explain why I haven't been in touch. The extra travelling time, you know? You can't get the bus, I blurt out. I don't have a choice. Lisa's tone has cooled, and I am worried I have offended her. I just meant if you were pregnant, there'll be appointments, won't there? You have to be mobile. I'll transfer some money across. Even as I speak, I have crossed the kitchen and am logging on to internet banking on the iPad. I can't let you... Don't be silly. If you're pregnant, we will be starting the monthly payments anyway, won't we? I brush aside her concerns. Lisa's account details have been stored from Nick transferring money before. There, 2,000. It should be with you this afternoon. Thanks so much, Kat. You're a star. I've got to fly. She hangs up before I can say you're welcome. The streets are crowded, everyone in a rush, bumping carrier bags and jagged elbows. But I'm in such a daze I barely notice. Lisa feels sick. This really could be it. I don't have much to buy. There will just be me and Nick on Christmas Day. I squeeze through M&S to buy Nick's favourite red onion chutney. I round a corner, bumping straight into a pram, jolting the handle, waking the baby snuggled in a navy-padded snowsuit with Rudolph on the chest. Instantly I look for the mother to apologise, but there are so many people crowding around the shelves I don't know who she is. Despite Santa Baby blaring out of the speakers and the hum of voices, the baby's cry cuts through to my very core, and ever so gently, I start pushing the pram back and forth, trying to soothe the infant back to sleep. His mouth is in a perfect O, beet-red, chubby legs kicking angrily. Unsure, I look around before picking him up and making soft shushing noises in his ear. His wisps of hair are plastered to his damp scalp. It is unbearably warm. Too warm. After a moment of hesitation, I ease down the zipper on his snowsuit. An angry voice shouts, "What the fuck do you think you're doing with my baby?" A woman snatches him from my arms, her ponytail swinging as she backs away from me as though I might try to grab him back. He was crying and hot. I'm sorry. I stutter my apologies while she glares at me. You're a fucking lunatic. She spins the pram around and pushes her way down the aisle. My legs are boneless and I have to cling on to my trolley to support my weight. But it isn't the woman's words that have upset me so. It is the shame in knowing that just for a split second I had been tempted to take the baby that was too hot, too distressed, too alone. Sometimes it scares me how far I'll go to have a baby to call my own. Sometimes I think there's nothing I wouldn't do. It is 9 when we wake on Christmas morning, and Nick lies spread-eagled in the bed while I pad downstairs to make tea. I can't wait for the day I'm woken up at 6 a.m, bleary-eyed from staying up late, filling stockings and dusting the patio with icing sugar reindeer prints. We said no presents, I say as I return with our drinks to see a large gift, wrapped in sparkling purple paper, resting on my pillow. We're okay for money, for now, but we need to be careful. If Lisa falls pregnant, her expenses will wipe out the majority of our savings. Shaking my head as though I am cross, I pull open the wardrobe and lift out a box that I hand to Nick. As usual, when we both have something to open, we count to 3 before simultaneously tearing off the paper. It's great. In my peripheral vision, I can see Nick wind the scarf I bought him around his neck. It's cashmere, but it only came from TK Maxx and didn't cost the earth. The blue should match his eyes perfectly, but I can't look at him. Can't stop staring at the framed poster of West Side Story in my hands. Thank you. Is it original? Yes. All the autographs from the cast are real too. It's incredible. I love you. Finally, my eyes find his. I love you too. Nick rests the picture on the floor, tugs at the belt of my dressing gown, and it is another hour before we make it downstairs. We play a logo quiz on the iPad while we wait for our M&S turkey to cook, and after lunch, Nick and I cuddle on the sofa, the fairy lights on the tree glowing muted cream, the scent of pine heavy in the air. Our mobiles rest on the coffee table along with a bottle of Bailey's and 2 empty glasses. I'm just scanning through the Radio Times, deciding what we can watch next, when Nick's phone flashes. It's a text message from Natasha. What does she want? I ask, my words as sharp as the pine needles that lie scattered over the carpet. I didn't know you were still in touch. Before he can answer, there's another beep from an incoming message, but this time it comes from my phone. I crane my neck to peer at the screen, snatching at my handset when I see Lisa's name flash up. The sofa seems to shift and sway as I read the message. I am floating towards the ceiling. What is it? Nick asks, but I cannot answer. I cannot speak. I want to pass him the handset to show him, but I can't tear my eyes away from the message that reads, Happy Christmas, Mummy. Along with a photo of a positive pregnancy testing kit. All thoughts of Natasha vanish. I'm going to be a mum. Chapter 11. Now. Usually I dread playing the hostess, perfect smile and perfect canapes, but I'm actually looking forward to our New Year's Eve party. This time next year it will be a much quieter affair, night feeds and nappy changes. But tonight, I'm going to let my hair down. I wriggle into my bottle green sequined dress. Nick is subdued as he threads the brown leather belt I bought him for Christmas through his jeans, which are hanging looser than they used to. Hey! I run my hand over his flat stomach, feel his muscles tighten. The soft roll of flesh he usually carries at his waist has shrunk. You're supposed to put on weight, not lose it this time of year. I'm worried about him. Ever since Christmas Day, he's been quiet, distracted, spending too much time in the basement, feet pounding on the running machine. Lisa is pregnant, and I can't stop talking about it. Nick, on the other hand, has little to say. Lisa's definitely coming tonight. I really want Richard to meet her. Nick tips aftershave onto his palms and slaps it against his cheek. He smells of wood and spice. Yes. I check my watch. It's almost 8. The guests will arrive soon, and I had hoped Lisa would come early, give us a chance to really catch up. These past couple of days I had tried to ring her several times, but she hadn't picked up, sending a text instead saying, I'm with my family. I know what that means. It means she is having to pretend I don't exist. She said she'd come to the party, though, and I can't wait to find out how she's feeling, really feeling about it all. Tonight will be mostly people connected to the charity or Nick's employees or clients, although I've invited the theatre group and, as an afterthought, I'd pulled on boots and gloves and thrust thick silver invitations through every letterbox in the cul-de-sac. We haven't got to know our neighbours yet, not beyond raising our right hands in some sort of wave, like it's a code whenever we pass them in our cars. The doorbell chimes. I stand on tiptoe to kiss Nick before I brush my thumb over his lips, removing the trace of pink lipstick. I pelt down to the hallway and fling open the front door. Happy New Year! Alex hands me a bottle of champagne. "We can't stop for long." Tamara air kisses hello. "We have another party to go to." I usher them inside, along with Claire, who was standing behind them, balancing Ada on one hip. "Hello, sweet girl," I say to Ada. She's dressed as Snow White and looks adorable with her long dark ringlets, blue eyes and porcelain skin. She's already stunning and she's not yet 2. "Hello, beautiful." Nick clatters down the stairs. "Hello, Nick," Claire laughs. "I wasn't talking about Mummy, was I?" Nick holds out his arms and Claire passes Ada over, and she wraps her legs around his waist like a baby monkey. "Glad you made it." Nick smiles at Claire. "Not often I get the chance to go to parties nowadays. It'll be your big birthday bash next, won't it?" She jabs me with her elbow. "Not a chance." A look passes between them, but I don't care. I really want something low-key. "Let's get some drinks." In the kitchen, I introduce Nick to Tamara and Alex as Claire prizes off lids from Tupperware she had brought with her in a carrier bag. Her nails are impossibly long and embellished with Santa faces. "These goodies are leftovers from the cafe yesterday." "Oh, you're a lifesaver." I pull a plate from the cupboard, grateful for Claire's part-time job. It's beyond me how she can afford her big house on her wages from the cafe. We'd shared a bottle of wine before Christmas, and she'd let slip how tight money is. It didn't sound like Akil, her ex, was paying maintenance for some reason, but I didn't pry. Our friendship is too new. I lift out vol au vents filled with creamy mushroom and prawns, cheese straws sprinkled with sesame seeds, and phyllo parcels. I bite into one and my taste buds tingle as cranberry explodes onto my tongue, drawing out the flavour of the brie. "Gorgeous," I say. "And speaking of gorgeous, check you out." "I hope you won't be the only one checking me out," she says, fluffing her long blonde hair and pouting with red lips. "I'm single and I'm going to mingle." She winks as she walks away, and I want to laugh, but I'm on edge, constantly listening out for the doorbell, desperate for Lisa to arrive. Where is she? Tamara helps me plate up the rest of the food. "Are you really okay, Tam? With me playing Maria? I don't mind being Anita." "It's fine." Her smile is warm. "I'm just glad we're finally putting on West Side Story. We tried a few years ago, but the lady playing Maria died." The house is filling with people, with laughter, the smell of mulled wine wafting from the slow cooker. Alex and Richard are chatting in the corner. Claire is deep in conversation with Nick. Even the nosy woman with red hair from a few doors down has come. I should be happy, but there's an uneasiness in the air, and as I take a deep gulp of my wine, I wonder whether anyone can feel it but me. The starlight projector in the nursery hums as the motor rotates, casting a solar system on the ceiling. It is hypnotic, rocking back and forth in the nursing chair, my head resting against a cushion. I'm transfixed by the moon and stars. I sense I could stretch out my fingers and touch them. Downstairs, the party is loud, raucous laughter increasing in volume. The Rat Pack Christmas songs I'd been streaming earlier has been replaced by an eclectic mix of pop songs. Mark Ronson's Uptown Funk fades out, and Brotherhood of Man urge "Save your kisses for me." Earlier, I had switched on the patio heater as the string of fairy lights glowed prettily around the pergola and placed ashtrays on the garden table. I didn't want anyone smoking indoors. Now the smell of cigarette smoke wafts up the stairs, but I find I don't care whether there is ash over the carpet or fag burns on the sofa. I don't care about anything except the fact Lisa is not here. "Cat!" Nick calls up the stairs, and I wipe my tear-stained cheeks on the ears of the floppy rabbit I've been cradling on my lap. "It's nearly midnight." "Coming." I stand and I am spinning with the stars, stumbling to the side, knocking over an empty wine bottle with my foot. Have I really drunk all that? No wonder I am emotional. Gripping hold of the banister tightly, I slowly descend the stairs. Reaching the bottom, I hear a knocking sound over the music. Throwing the door wide to a blast of freezing air, I lurch forward, enveloping Lisa in a hug. "You came!" "Sorry I'm so late. My car wouldn't start and I had to call a taxi. I don't suppose you've got some cash, have you? I asked the cabbie to stop at a cash point, but I don't think he understood me." "But I gave you the money for the garage." "I know. They must have been a bunch of cowboys. Can't you—" A sharp beep of the taxi's horn blasts. We'll have to talk about it later. "Come in, I'll grab my purse." She steps onto the mat and pushes back her hood. She looks pale, and I hope she's not going to suffer from morning sickness. I am overwhelmed with what she is doing for me. For us, I remind myself as I hear Nick's voice drifting out from the lounge, followed by a peal of tinkling laughter. "How much is it?" I unzip my handbag hanging on a hook by the door. "It's £200. I know I don't have enough in my purse, and I'm over the limit and can't drive to the cash point, but then I remember the safe. Nick keeps some cash in there. It's in his study. I don't usually open it, but with the meter on the cab ticking, I'm sure he won't mind. The numbers glow green as I punch in the combination, Nick's birthday, and pull out a bundle of notes. As I turn around, Lisa is leaning against the doorframe, pulling off her gloves. "I'll take the money out." She holds out her hand. "I've still got my coat and shoes on. Make me a hot drink, would you?" I hand over the cash. In the kitchen, I am tipping boiling water onto coffee granules when the front door slams. "All sorted." Lisa wraps her hands around the mug as I add a splash of milk. "Who's this, then?" Richard scoops a handful of peanuts, dropping them into his mouth. "This is Lisa, our surrogate. Lisa, this is Richard, Nick's friend and our solicitor." A frown furrows Lisa's forehead as she studies Richard. I look across at him and catch a flicker in his eyes. I think it's a sign of recognition, but it is too brief for me to be sure. "Pleased to meet you, Lisa," Richard says. But his words are as cold as the icicles suspended from the guttering outside the window, like daggers, and just as sharp. Chapter 12. Now. On New Year's Day, I wake, a sour taste in my mouth. The first resolution I make, and will probably break, is never to drink again. The smell of stale alcohol fills our bedroom. Next to me, Nick is lying on his back, mouth hanging open, arms spread above his head. We both overdid it last night, and my memories are hazy, but I remember switching BBC on, and as Big Ben chimed the start of a brand new year, I had hugged Lisa tightly, feeling her heartbeat against mine, and I imagined the baby's heart racing away too. At 6 weeks pregnant, the heartbeat should be detectable. After Lisa's text came on Christmas Day, I'd ordered a pregnancy Bible from Amazon, and I've memorized virtually every single stage of the first trimester already. I had tried to tell Nick that the baby's face is already taking shape, and his circulatory system is developing, but he'd said it was impossible Lisa is that far gone, despite the fact I had already told him the weeks of pregnancy are dated from the first day of the last menstrual period. As I explained for the second time, he glazed over. I'd pored over the pages, exclaiming in delight when I learned the baby would start to move at 8 weeks and would be the size of a jelly bean. "We should call him or her Beanie until we know the sex. What do you think, a gender-neutral nickname?" Nick didn't answer, and when I looked up, he had left the room. Thinking logically, I know some men aren't terribly interested in pregnancy, and it's not the fact it's Lisa carrying Nick's baby that makes him seem detached, but it still smarts all the same. I swing my legs out of bed and pad across to the ensuite, almost tripping over the pile of clothes Nick had been wearing last night. I strip off my pyjamas, dumping them in the laundry basket, and bend to scoop Nick's clothes up from the floor. There is lipstick on the collar of his white shirt. I must put it in to soak. It's red, so it's definitely not mine, but everyone was hugging at midnight. I think I must have kissed everyone on the cul-de-sac. We had belted out Auld Lang Syne. As we sang the line, "Should old acquaintance be forgot," Lisa had squeezed my fingers so tightly I feared my bones would shatter. Under the water, I close my eyes and massage strawberry shampoo into my hair and try to picture the faces that swam out of focus as I sang and smiled, knowing this would be the year my dreams came true. I can't remember seeing Nick, and I know I was not the one to kiss him Happy New Year. A chasm has opened between us this past week, and I have no idea why. He's been off work, but we've hardly spent any time together, and although he is only in the next room, I have a horrible sense of missing him. The underfloor heating is on an automatic timer. The tiles are warm under the soles of my feet as I pad into the kitchen. Lisa is perched on a stool at the breakfast bar, hunched over her mobile phone. "Morning," I call, although as I glance at the clock I see it is nearer to lunchtime. "Did you sleep okay?" "Fine," she says, but the dark circles hanging below her eyes, the yawn she stifles, tell a different story. "Thanks for the nightlight." We share a smile. Lisa was always terrified of the dark. Whenever we had sleepovers, her bedside lamp would stay switched on until day seeped through the night. "Breakfast?" I ask. "I'm not hungry, thanks." "Lisa, you must eat." "I could stand to lose a few pounds." She offers a weak smile. "My stomach feels bigger already. My midwife told me about a woman who had a concealed pregnancy. I should be so lucky." "What's that?" "The woman didn't know she was pregnant until she went into labour. Can you imagine that? She just stayed in size 10 jeans throughout. Bitch. Apparently some people never show at all, and some end up like elephants. I can guess which way I'll go." "That's not important now." But I know her too well. Know she will be worried. "Why don't you use some of the expenses money to join a gym? Not for the weights, but you could use the pool. It will be good for relaxation too." "That's a good idea." I pull open the fridge door. "Scrambled eggs?" "No. Honestly, I'm feeling sick." She does look pale. I'm not feeling great myself, although my nausea is self-inflicted. I shut the fridge and flap open a bin bag and start to scrape cold pizza from plates stained with tomato sauce and congealed cheese. I pick up a half-full bottle of Newcastle Brown and tip the remnants down the sink. The ale froths and the yeasty smell rises. Lisa jumps up and runs out of the kitchen, hand clasped over her mouth. The door of the downstairs toilet bangs shut, and through the wall the sound of Lisa retching causes my stomach to lurch. To mask the sound, I switch on the radio. Our local station is playing classic #1 hits. The Beatles sing All You Need Is Love. Feeling helpless at the sounds drifting into the kitchen, I turn up the volume and sit on a stool, my pounding head in my hands. "This is such a lovely house," Lisa says. I've abandoned the clearing up and we are carrying our drinks out of the kitchen. "I know. Nick bought it at a really good price to renovate. The previous owners, Mr. and Mrs. Whitmore, had lived here for years until they went into a home. Their son, Paul, hoped to keep it, but he couldn't afford the mortgage. Everything needed doing. Electrics, plumbing, bathrooms, kitchen. Nick fell in love with it and didn't want to sell. You're so lucky to live here. My flat is tiny." "Do you live in the nurses' accommodation by the hospital?" "No. They were all full when I started." "You've so many books." Lisa crouches on her haunches at the bottom of the hallway and runs her fingers over the spines. There's a mismatch of everything. The historical fiction I love, the crime Nick devours, and parenting books I've read so many times I could quote them verbatim. When we compared our book collection, I had told Nick I was the only teenager of our generation who had an encyclopedia, and I'd laughed when he said he had one too. "What's behind there?" Lisa glances at a closed door. "Nick's man cave. He has his exercise stuff down there, and a sofa." "Sounds cool." Lisa looks impressed. and I remember her flashing me the same look when I finally mastered the perfect cartwheel. It is, and it's fully soundproofed, so I don't care how loud he plays his music as he runs. I don't hear it. Paul Whitmore came around to collect some post a few months ago, after we'd moved here, and he'd stood on the step for so long sharing his memories I'd eventually invited him in for coffee. He told me his parents had renovated the small basement for him when he was learning the drums. They couldn't stand the noise. He'd left his drum kit down there when we moved out, but always played whenever he came to visit them. "You're lucky living here," he'd said. "I love this house. I wish we hadn't had to sell it when Mum and Dad needed to go into a home. I have such happy memories of growing up. I hope our child feels the same way." "Can I have a look down there?" Lisa turns to me. "Be my guest." I open the door and flick on the light switch. There is a faint whiff of damp. "Coming?" she asks. I shake my head and take a step back. A look of sympathy flashes across her eyes before she turns and makes her way down the staircase. She knows why I won't put myself in a small dark space. What she doesn't know is that I still wake up in the night sometimes, sheets soaked with my terror, the feeling of a bird flapping in my chest. Even now, the honeyed sunshine streaming through the glass in the front door can't keep my black thoughts at bay, and I fall back into a memory I don't think I'll ever escape. I was trapped, alone, scared. I bit down hard on my lip to stop myself from crying. There was no one to hear me. I couldn't allow myself to believe he would hurt me, but panic welled again. I screwed my eyes tightly closed, but when I opened them there was the same suffocating blackness, and I worried I would run out of air in this tiny, confined space. I told myself not to scream, to preserve oxygen, but anxiety built and built until it burst, and I was banging against the door with my fists, begging to be set free, until, exhausted, I sank to my knees. There was nothing to be heard but the sound of my own cries ringing in my ears. I wondered how long I would spend here. It already felt like an eternity. But I thought about what might come after, when he came back, and I couldn't stop myself. I began to cry, and I didn't think I would ever stop. The clatter of Lisa's footsteps brings me back to now, where there is no locked door, no darkness, but the fear, it still lingers. I don't think I'll ever properly shake it. Chapter 13. Then. I replayed the events of Perry's party the night before on a loop until the memory became more colourful and vibrant than the present moment. The feel of Jake's hands entwined in my hair, the brush of his lips on mine, sweet apple cider on his tongue. "Cat!" The irritation in Mum's voice snapped me back into the kitchen where she was rolling stuffing into balls, roast pork spitting and crackling in the oven. "Sorry, what did you— Set the table!" I cleared away my revision books and laid out the cutlery. Not the weekday, slightly tarnished knives and forks, but the shiny silver wedding present set housed in a wooden case. Dad was so traditional. I couldn't remember a time we didn't have a roast lunch on a Sunday, even during the summer months when our terraced house became a furnace, the sun glaring furiously through the back windows. The conversation at dinner was strained. "What are your plans for this afternoon?" Mum asked Dad in a tone that indicated she knew exactly what he should be doing. It was the same every week. Dad would say he was reading the papers, and Mum would remind him the fence remained half-painted, the loose stair carpet needed nailing down, the shelf in the lounge was still wonky. "I'll get round to everything just as soon as I can," Dad said, although we all knew he wouldn't. Sometimes I wondered whether he ignored Mum's lists as a matter of pride, a sense of needing to be the one who decided if and when things got done. Being in control, I suppose, in a way he hadn't been over his career, the way he'd tried to be over mine. Daphne's son is a handyman, yes, I know. Any more gravy? Dad looked pointedly at the empty jug. For a split second, something flared behind Mum's eyes, and I thought she might tell him to make it himself. I urged her on inside my head, but she scraped back her chair and flicked on the kettle. The sound of water boiling seemed deafening in the resentment-heavy silence. I tried to imagine my parents young and in love. It was impossible. They didn't even seem to like each other. 20 years was a long time to be married, but still, I couldn't picture them ever feeling the way me and Jake had felt last night. I slipped back into my memories, wanting to be anywhere but here. Later, wishing again I had a mobile phone, I sat by the landline like a lovesick teenager. And I suppose that's what I was. Jake didn't ring, although he never said he would. Lisa didn't either. It was unusual for us to go a day without talking, but each time I picked up the receiver, I'd remember her face as I kissed Jake, the shock and disbelief, and I couldn't bring myself to call. I told myself we spent so much time together it was always going to be awkward when one of us got a boyfriend, and her reaction wasn't specifically because it was Jake, but I wasn't sure, and I hated to think I'd hurt her in any way. Still, I knew as I got ready for bed that tomorrow at school I'd be seeing them both. I waited for Lisa on the corner of the main road, as usual, leaning against the postbox. It had gone 9:15 by the time I realised she wasn't coming. The stop-start of the rush-hour traffic spitting fumes into my lungs, the incessant thrum of engines, sparked a throbbing behind my eyes, a queasiness in my belly. The bell had already rung by the time I fell through the classroom door, breathless and hot, inhaling the smell of sweaty feet and whiteboard markers. English was the only subject we had in common, but rather than sitting at the desk we always shared by the window, Lisa was sitting at the back, next to Jake, their heads close together. My jealousy was immediate and sharp, a stinging slap of envy. Jake raised his hand as he noticed me, but Lisa's smile was tight, and it took every ounce of willpower to keep my eyes fixed on the board and not keep turning to look at them as the double lesson stretched on and on. Finally, it was break, and I was swept out of the door where I hovered in the corridor, again the sick feeling in my stomach. Had Jake changed his mind about us? He came out first and looped his arm over my shoulders, and, just like that, we were a couple. "Can you give me and Lisa a second?" I asked. She was walking as slowly as she could towards the door, eyes fixed on the floor. "Sure." Jake briefly pressed his lips against mine. "See you at lunch." "Lisa!" I caught her arm as she tried to walk past me. "Kat, don't pretend you didn't see me. What's going on? I waited for you for ages this morning." "Sorry, The bell rang shrill and loud. "Everything's fine, Kat." Lisa shook her arm free. "I'll see you later." I watched her grow smaller and smaller as she hurried down the corridor. The distance between us felt vast. At lunchtime, I meandered towards Jake and Lisa across the overgrown grass that was yellowing with thirst and popping with buttercups and daisies. In the warmer weather, the sixth formers were allowed to eat their lunch on the sports field. I could feel the glare coming from the lower years, confined to the concrete playground, jostling for benches, knowing the hot tarmac would burn bare legs if they sat on the floor. I remembered feeling the same envy when I was younger. "Hey!" I flopped next to Jake. Lisa averted her eyes as he kissed me hello. The gold cross glinted around his neck, and I wondered if the metal was hot against his skin. "So you two are a thing?" Aaron chucked his bag on the grass next to us. "They are," Lisa said, her voice flat. I unpacked my lunch. My sandwich was warm and unappealing, the bread soggy with sliced tomatoes, lettuce browning. Although I didn't have much of an appetite, anxiety over Lisa rolling around my stomach, I pulled open a packet of Walker's smoky bacon instead. Want one? I offered the pack to Lisa, a peace offering of sorts. She shook her head. She didn't have any food in front of her. Instead of eating, she was plucking flowers from the grass and dropping them into her lap. "Where's your lunch?" I asked. "I'm on a diet," she snapped. "But still, you have to eat." "My sister has just lost loads of weight," Aaron said. "She ate proper food, too. I could help you if you wanted." "I can't be asked counting calories. I'd rather do something quick, like Slim Fast." Lisa stood, and the tumble of buttercups on her skirt scattered over the grass. "I'm going to the loo." "What's up with her?" Jake asked, shielding his eyes from the sun as we watched her stalk towards the school. Without answering, I grabbed my bag and followed her. The toilets were stifling. We stood in front of the cracked basins, the smell of bleach and stale cigarettes thick in the air. "Are you pissed off about me and Jake?" I spoke to her reflection in the mirror as she dragged her brush through her hair. It seemed easier somehow than facing her directly. "No, you're both free agents. You can do what you want." She winced as the bristles of the brush caught in a tangle. "So why didn't you meet me this morning? Sit with me in English?" I removed the brush from her hand and started to work the tangle free with my fingers. "What was that about on the field?" "Dunno." I heard the catch in her voice, could almost feel the tears burning hot at the back of her throat, transporting me back to a time she'd fallen over in the playground, chasing Reese Walker after he'd stolen my Kit Kat out of my hands. Her knee was bloodied, bits of gravel embedded in the skin, but although her bottom lip jutted out, still she didn't cry. She always found it difficult opening up, being honest about her feelings. "Nothing will change, Lise." I rested my chin on her shoulder, our eyes meeting in the mirror. "It's not going to be a casual thing, is it?" Her voice was small. "I could see that from the way you looked at each other." "I really like him, but if it's going to upset you—" I didn't finish my sentence. I didn't know how to. Really, I didn't want to choose. What would I do? It would have to be her, wouldn't it? "Everything's changing." She didn't elaborate, but I knew what she meant. Soon we'd be leaving school. I'd be leaving town. She'd be staying. Lisa didn't want to go to uni. She didn't know what she wanted. Often she was like that, ignoring decisions, unable to weigh up options, as if she hoped the future would never come. My path had been mapped out for years. "Nothing stays the same," I said gently. "I know." "It's fine," she sniffed. "I'm just being silly." "I'll still spend lots of time with you. We won't leave you out." I meant every word. "You'll find someone too." "Who'd want me? Lardy Lisa?" "No one calls you that." I checked my watch as the bell rang. "Oh, I've got to go. History." I rolled my eyes. "I'll miss you, Kat," she blurted out as I tugged open the graffiti-covered door. "I'll see you after school." "I meant when you're at uni." "Oh, I'll be back every holiday. It won't be that different." I didn't know then, of course. We weren't just approaching the end of school. In a way, it was the end of everything. None of us would ever be the same again. Chapter 14. Now. "Are you okay, Kat?" Lisa touches my arm and I start. I hadn't heard her come back up the stairs from the basement. "It's really cool down there. I'd love a man cave. Let's go and sit in my equivalent." I lead Lisa through the dining room and open the door to the conservatory. The difference in air temperature is startling. Bending, I flick on the fan heater, and it whirs into life. The smell of hot dust is unpleasant. I thought I'd spend all my time out here when we moved in, but in the summer it was roasting and now it's freezing. It's such a pretty view, though. Lisa curls up in one of the 2 armchairs in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass that overlooks the winter-drab garden, covering her lap with the thick faux fur throw slung over the back of the chair. I sit in the other chair and do the same, drawing my feet under me and tucking my throw around my knees. We sit in silence, watching the birds swing on the feeder, pecking at the fat balls I'd made myself from pine cones, lard and seed. Next door's cat slinks into the garden through a gap in the hedge and prowls over to the pond where he taps the thin layer of ice with his paw. The fan heater clicks as it reaches temperature. The small space is soon heated, but it will quickly grow cold again. I sip my water. My head is throbbing. I'm sorry I drank so much last night. I rub my temples. It was a great party. Lisa turns to look at me, a wistful expression on her face. You have a good life, Kat. I chatted to Claire for ages. She seems lovely. I'm glad she's so close by. It is convenient. She works part-time, so I often pop over for coffee when I want a break. Her daughter, Ada, is gorgeous. It's such a shame her husband, Akil, left. He's Indian, isn't he, she said. I wonder why Ada's skin is so light. I think it happens sometimes with mixed-race children. The genes of one parent are stronger than the other. It's so sad they split up. They don't seem to speak. She never mentions him to me, really. We're still forming our friendship, I suppose. We were good friends, weren't we? There's a small list of nods as Lisa speaks, as though trying to remind herself. We still are, I say. Not many people would do what you're doing for me. A look of confusion flickers across her face for a second. The surrogacy? I prompt. Of course, but that's not entirely for you. It's for me, too. How do you mean? You remember when you used to stay behind after school to help the younger kids with maths club, and I always thought it was because your dad made you? I nod. I enjoyed it. The feeling I might make a difference. Who knows what those kids have gone on to achieve? Exactly. This is my difference. A bit extreme, though, isn't it? It's hardly the same thing. But it is. I'm doing something for you, but I also feel a sense of pride. Who knows who is in here? Lisa places a hand over her belly. Or what they will be. But I know I will have played a small part in that, and it feels good to do something selfless. Do you think it's a boy or a girl? I ask the impossible question. We're calling him or her Beanie for now, but I've been thinking of proper names. Eva? I grin. I'd always said at school I'd name my daughter after my favourite actress. You've guessed it. I said Nick could pick a boy's name, but he likes Basil. Don't mention the war! Lisa howls. Her mum had loved Fawlty Towers, and by the time we were 14 we could quote the scripts from memory. I know! Can you believe Nick's never seen it? His grandfather was called Basil, apparently. He used to love going to stay with him in Cornwall when he was young. That's where Claire's from, right? Yes, a different part, though. She wasn't near the sea like Basil. Basil. Lisa shakes her head. Perhaps I should have the final say on the name. Lisa is still laughing, but I'm suddenly serious. Have you given much thought about how this will work? How do you mean? Lisa picks at a stray thread hanging from the throw and begins to twist it round and round her finger. With your appointments, I want to be as involved as I can. In 6 weeks, you can have your first scan. You've been reading up. I've been driving Nick mad. Do you know, by the time you reach the end of the first trimester, the baby will be the size of a peach. You haven't changed much. Still studying. I didn't have a lot of choice, did I? You must go to university, Catherine. Don't disappoint us. Lisa puts on a voice and looks down her nose like my dad used to. I'd forgotten how hard you'd had it too. Do you ever see anyone from school? I didn't finish sixth form. I never went back after the accident. Not really, Lisa shrugs. Not even Aaron? Even saying his name makes me anxious. No, Lisa shivers. Let's move somewhere warmer. I lean over and a whoosh of warm air blasts my fingers as I switch off the fan heater. As we pass through the hallway, Nick is at the front door saying goodbye to Richard. Their voices are low but urgent. You have to tell her, Richard says. It's too late now, Nick whispers, and I turn to Lisa and we share a look. Richard catches sight of us. We'll talk properly later. He turns and stalks down the driveway. Is everything okay? I ask Nick. Fine, he mumbles. What do you have to tell me? What's it too late for? We'd planned to play golf, but I slept in too late. His eyes are fixed on a point behind my head. There's a stretched-out beat while I'm aware of Lisa hovering awkwardly next to me. Don't you like Nick playing golf? Lisa asks as we finally head upstairs, but I don't answer, reluctant to admit Nick rarely plays. I can't shake the image of the lipstick on his shirt. At the top of the stairs, I pause in front of the nursery. Ready? I ask. For what? The door is stiff. It catches on the thick carpet, and as it slowly opens, I watch Lisa's face, but I can't tell what she's thinking. She steps into the room and spins 360 degrees, taking in the shelves crammed with soft toys, the bookshelf full of the old-fashioned Ladybird books. The castle and knights I'd bought for Douay stand on the floor next to the doll's house I'd ordered for Mai. I can't face parting with either of them, and my mind races ahead wondering if after this Lisa would do it again. I might have a boy and a girl, kneeling together, playing with the wooden farmyard I couldn't resist buying, with its handcrafted animals brightly painted, the smiling pink pig and the almost glow-in-the-dark orange chickens. Lisa stands still as she reads the Together We Make a Family picture, the words shaped like a house. You really want this, don't you? Her voice is thick with emotion as she crosses to the window and gazes out at the garden. Nestled under the pergola is the rose bush we had planted for Douay. In the spring, we will plant one for Mai too. Yes, even more than the adoptions, if that's possible. This will be Nick's baby, part of him, I say. Outside the sky is clear and bright, but snow still clings to the branches of the skeletal trees standing like soldiers in front of our fence. If I had one wish, this would be it. Lisa turns to me, and I see the anguish in her eyes, and I know at once I've said the wrong thing, and worse than that, I'm not sure if it is true. If I had one wish, it would be for the events of that day never to have happened. And although I haven't seen Lisa for such a long time, I think she would wish for the same thing too. I hate to ask, Kat, but I don't suppose you can cover the taxi fare home. Of course. The horn beeps again outside and I hurry into the study, open the safe and pull out £200. It's a bank holiday, so it should cost the same as last night, I reason. Are you going to get your car looked at again? Yes, I think it's the cold. I'll get it checked out, Lisa says, holding out her hand. I don't suppose you've a bit extra, have you? I wouldn't ask, but once the sickness wears off mid-morning, I'm ravenous. My food bill has doubled and December's payday seems to disappear over Christmas. I can pay you back at the end of the month. Don't be silly. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be eating more and turning down overtime. You must say if you're short. It's important you keep up the relaxation classes. I push £20 notes into her hand. At the taxi, we hug tightly. Thanks for coming, I say. It means a lot. Everything means such a lot. I know it does, Lisa says. I know exactly how much this means to you. Chapter 15. Now. January passes quickly. I check in with Lisa most days. You can't be too careful during the first trimester. I'm constantly on edge, worrying something will go wrong. But the month passes, and I cross off each day on the calendar. Suddenly we are in February, and I allow myself to relax a little as we inch past that magic 12-week point. Now the baby's fingers can open and close, their toes can curl, and their mouth can make sucking movements. I read if Lisa prods her belly, the baby will squirm in response, although she can't feel it yet. It's all such a miracle. Today is grey and dull. I feel I've made a million phone calls, but nobody wants to discuss donating to a charity at this time of year. There's an increase in the demand for counselling too, and I'm already shattered. I sing songs from West Side Story to keep myself alert as I sketch out my ideas for an Easter fundraiser. I can't decide on a theme and screw up yet another ball of paper, adding it to the others in a pile on the floor. By late afternoon, the house smells of chili. The light glows on the slow cooker on the worktop in the kitchen. I snuggle in the armchair by the kitchen window, engrossed in Three Sisters, Three Queens by Philippa Gregory. It's sad when women don't trust each other. It's hard to concentrate. I spoke to Lisa earlier and I'm so excited it will be her first scan next week. I was disappointed they didn't do it dead on 12 weeks like I'd been expecting, but apparently that's only a guideline. Anyway, babies are more developed at 14 weeks, the size of an apple. Beanie's hearing abilities are growing, so I'm going to speak to Lisa's bump at every opportunity, so that when he or she is born, there is a chance they might recognise my voice. I can't believe I'll get to see him or her, and I can't wait to tell Nick today I've learned Beanie has their own fingerprints, and impulses from their brain enables them to make facial expressions. I wonder if I'll be able to see their face clearly on the scan. I do hope so. Nick is late home, and as I look out of the window into the blackness, it doesn't seem possible it is only 6:30. Rain lashes against the window pane, and thunder rumbles low and menacing. I've never liked storms. I pick at a grape from the fruit bowl next to me, biting it hard between my back teeth and letting the juice trickle down my throat. The rice is measured and in a pan, the water has boiled in the kettle. It will only take a few minutes to pull dinner together once Nick is here. By 7:30, Nick still hasn't arrived, and I'm worried. The roads are treacherous. I try his mobile, but it goes straight to voicemail, and the office phone rings and rings. In my agitation, I tap my mobile against my leg. Nick definitely didn't say he was meeting Richard after work, as they sometimes do, but I call Richard anyway. "Is Nick with you? He hasn't come home and I'm worried. It's so icy out there." "I haven't seen him today. Listen, Kat, we need to talk about this surrogate thing." "You mean my baby?" Instantly I bristle. "I can't talk now. I need to find Nick." Cutting the call, I close my eyes. It's not like Nick to switch his phone off. Even when he drives, he has it on the dashboard in a cradle, and whenever it makes a sound, he peers at the screen, taking his eyes off the road. I always scold him. "It was just for a second," he will say, but I know a second is sometimes all it takes to change your life. Cars are dangerous, dangerous things. Panic ricochets around my mind, and I try to tell myself I'm overreacting. But it's impossible to keep calm as I pace the kitchen, Googling the numbers of local hospitals. I can't decide what to do. Nick's been so preoccupied these past few weeks. The last thing I want to do is cause a fuss about nothing. I pick up my book, thinking I'll try to settle by the window in the lounge instead. That way I'll see his car when he crunches into the driveway, and I can dash back to the kitchen, cook the rice, and he'll never know how much I've worried. I don't immediately switch on the light in the lounge. I stare out the window. The blackness has turned the glass to a mirror, and at first, all I can see is my worried face reflected back at me. but my eyes gradually adjust until I can make out a shape at the end of the driveway. A car. Nick's car. My spirits lift as I wait for the click of the door, the interior light to glow, but there's no movement. The clock ticks. Minutes pass. I don't know how long he has been there, but he must be waiting for the pelting rain to slow, I reason. My breath is coming faster, fogging up the glass. There's something about heavy rain that feels almost ominous. The atmosphere seems to thicken. I wish the thunder would come and lighten the air. The rain batters the window, and through the cascading water I notice the light from Claire's hallway spilling out into the blackness as it switches on. Unable to wait any longer, I hurry to the hallway and jab my feet into shoes, plucking the large umbrella from behind the coat stand. Opening the front door, I step outside. The wind whisks the umbrella inside out. Grappling to hang on to the handle, I almost don't see the shadow moving across the street, stalking towards my house, and when I notice it's Nick, I step back inside. I was waiting for you to get out of your car. I turn my face away as he wipes his shoes on the doormat, shaking his head like a dog, droplets of freezing rain splashing my skin. Did you come from Claire's? Yes, I saw her pull into her driveway. I went to tell her that her left brake light is out. Oh, you're so good. And now you're soaked. Do you want to nip and get changed? Dinner's ready when you are. Lovely, it smells great. Nick is distracted as he shrugs off his jacket. From the kitchen, my mobile starts to trill Justin Timberlake's Like I Love You, the tone I set specifically for Lisa as she used to love the song so much. I hurry to answer the call before my voicemail kicks in. Hi, Lisa! At first, I can't make out whether Lisa has pocket-dialed me by mistake. All I can hear is background noise, but then I realise it is her sobbing. Lisa? My stomach flips. Cat! Lisa gulps air and her sobs turn to hiccups. It seems an age before she can speak. I slipped on the ice and... Cat, I'm bleeding. I think I'm losing the baby. And just like that, my world shatters again. Chapter 16. Then. You look so tired, Mum said as she cleared away the breakfast things. It was always boiled eggs on a Saturday, and, childishly, I still had the urge to turn the shell upside down in my egg cup and draw on a happy face. I stifled a yawn. I was exhausted. The last month had been a frantic round of revision, play rehearsals, and juggling Lisa and Jake, all without Dad finding out I had my first boyfriend. It wasn't purely Dad not giving me permission to date while I was still at school that had kept me single up until now. I had never had a boyfriend because I had never wanted one. I'd never felt that pull other girls seem to feel, that I fancy him or isn't he hot. For a brief time I had wondered if I was a lesbian, but I'd never felt attracted to girls either. Was there something wrong with me? I would sit cross-legged on Lisa's bed, posters of Justin Timberlake covering her pink walls, and I'd imagined him kissing me, touching me, but I didn't feel anything other than slightly repulsed. Now it was different. Every time Jake kissed me, touched me, I understood why love sometimes drove people to do terrible, terrible things. The rush of adrenaline, the out-of-control sensation. Jake was a craving, as vital to me as air and food. Take some time out today. It will do you good. Mum clattered plates into the sink. It's nearly... Dad jumped in. Exams, yes. So it's almost study leave. And how much good is it doing Cat poring over and over the same pages? It's Saturday. But her offer is conditional, Mum finished. We know, but she's doing well. Let her have a break. There was something firm and final in Mum's tone. It didn't happen often, this shift in power, but every now and then something would flash behind her eyes and she turned into a different person almost. Someone strong and assertive, and not like Mum at all. And in those moments, Dad was different too. Smaller, unsure, not quite knowing how to cope when his authority was challenged. Panicking, almost. He cleared his throat. "Get some fresh air, but be back by dinner time, Catherine," he said gruffly, as though it was his idea all along. He picked up his empty mug, and for once, he was the one to switch the kettle on. Jake and I climbed into the back of Aaron's dad's van, and as Aaron slammed the door shut, it almost felt like the end of something. Instantly it was hot and airless, a suffocating blackness. The stench of paint and turps was sharp. I held onto the carrier bags containing our picnic food with one hand. My other hand fumbled for Jake. From the front, Lisa's voice drifted until the ignition sparked, and I was buffeted left to right as the van pulled away. The vibrations from the engine clattered my teeth. Although we weren't going far, it seemed an age before the roar of passing traffic fell away and we were bumping along a country track. I was relieved we were nearly there. Although I'd never had a problem with confined spaces before, my throat was stinging from inhaling chemicals. A headache burned behind my eyes. The second the van was still and silent, I leapt for the handle, rattling it furiously. Outside I could hear the muted tones of Aaron and Lisa. "Let us out!" I hammered on the door with both fists, a feeling of panic building when I realised it didn't open from the inside. On the other side of the door I could hear Aaron laughing. "What's the magic word?" "Don't be a tosser," shouted Jake. And there was a silence, and a horrible, overwhelming feeling rose that we'd be stuck here forever. "Lisa!" I shouted. And at last there was a click, a startling brightness, and I almost fell out of the open door as I gulped in fresh air. An impromptu picnic had seemed like fun, but the smell of paint coated my lungs, dissipating my earlier good mood. Aaron grinned at me, and I felt a pricking sensation at the back of my eyes, and I willed myself not to cry. It was discomforting that Lisa didn't seem to notice how upset I was. We'd always been so in tune with each other before, but more and more I had been spending time with Jake, her with Aaron, and it occurred to me for the first time that one day we would no longer be the most important people in each other's lives. Perhaps that distance had already started growing. I glared at Aaron as though he was personally responsible for the hairline crack that had formed in our relationship. We walked in a line, flattening undergrowth, ducking under branches. The woodland floor was dappled with shimmers of sunlight, a warm breeze rustling the leaves of the trees that bowed to greet us. I'd calmed down by the time we reached the clearing, and was ready to make a concerted effort to get to know Aaron. He and Lisa weren't yet a couple, but I had a feeling she wanted to be. She'd taken extra care with her appearance that day. A short floral dress. It seemed like ages since I'd seen her socially, out of her school uniform. "You've lost loads of weight, Lisa. You look great." "Thanks. Aaron's been helping." I raised my eyebrows before I remembered him saying something about his sister being on a diet. Lisa must have caught my expression because she said, "He's been really supportive," in a tone suggesting I hadn't. I ripped the cellophane off a packet of cheese straws and bit into one, shaking the flaky pastry off my skirt as I offered one to Aaron. "These are good," he said as he chewed. "I get them from work," Jake said. He put in early shifts at a bakery, packaging food for retailers. "Do you have a job, Aaron?" "Nah." "How are you going to afford uni?" I asked. "I'll get by. How about you?" "My dad's a financial advisor. Ever since I can remember, he's been telling me there's a policy in place to fund my further education." "Let's not talk about uni." Lisa feigned a yawn. "Exciting news my end. I've won 2 tickets to a gig through Facebook." "That's fab!" We hadn't had a night out since Perry's party. Already I was excited. "Do you want to come with me, Aaron?" As Lisa spoke, she glanced sideward at me, as though expecting me to be jealous, wanting it almost. I swigged from my can of Diet Coke, washing down my disappointment. "If you can't get a real date," Aaron said. "Be nice," Jake snapped. "He was only joking." Lisa rolled her eyes but looked secretly pleased. I wondered whether Jake had always stuck up for her, and I wondered why it bothered me now. It was irrational to feel jealous when it was my hand Jake was holding, but I did. Inexplicably, I felt suddenly uncertain of my place in Jake's life, or Lisa's, as we danced around each other, trying to settle into our new relationships, balancing the old. The shifting dynamics as we pushed and we pulled was draining. I needed some space. "I'm going for a walk," I said. "I don't fancy one." Lisa barely looked up. I hadn't been asking her. I hadn't been asking anyone, but Jake stood too, and as we disappeared into the trees I could feel eyes burning into my back. I'd always thought it was quiet here, peaceful, but as we strolled through the woods, my senses on high alert, everything seemed too loud. The birds chirping, the breeze rustling the leaves, my heart thumping. We were rarely properly alone. "Want a rest?" Jake asked, and I fought to control my breath that came a little too quickly, breathing in slowly and deeply, the scent of pine, musky aftershave and anticipation. "There's nowhere to sit." I looked around the clearing. The ground was scattered with rabbit droppings. "Then we'll stand." Jake turned to face me, stepping forwards. His eyes locked onto mine, and I stepped backwards until my spine was pressed against a tree trunk. I swallowed hard. "Cat." He dipped his head and trailed warm kisses down my neck. "What have you done to me?" he murmured, and I wanted to ask the same. Jake slipped his hand under my skirt, and I felt the warmth in his fingers. I gasped and thrust my hips forward, urging him on. "We don't have to do this," he whispered in the way he always did, but this time, instead of asking him to stop, I parted my legs. "Are you sure, Cat?" His eyes were glazed, cheeks flushed, and I knew in that moment he wanted me as badly as I wanted him. My body was tingling in a way it never had before, but there was a flicker of indecision as I realized what I was about to do. Should I? Although I knew I wanted Jake to be my first, I didn't know whether I wanted to do it here, where it was so open, where we were so visible. His fingers brushed my inner thigh, and my doubts plummeted to the ground, where they tumbled with the dried and crispy leaves until they were out of sight, and I was out of my mind. I want to. I tugged his zip down, but I was too scared to reach inside his jeans, unsure what I was supposed to do. I tried to pull back, but he took both my wrists in one of his hands, holding them high above my head, the rough bark grazing the skin on my forearms. His other hand ran over my body, pulling at my knickers, pushing into me until there was a sharp pain. I bit hard on his shoulder and he hesitated. "Please," I whispered, wrapping my legs around his waist, knowing however much this hurt, there was nothing more I wanted. Afterwards, we clung to each other, the weight of Jake slumped against me, our breath hot and heavy. It was the sound of a snapping twig, as sharp as a gunshot, that jolted me back to awareness. Goosebumps chasing away the heat in my skin. I pushed Jake aside and tugged up my knickers, rearranged my skirt. "What was that?" My eyes flitted around the trees, branches swayed, shadows shimmered. It came again, a snapping sound, the sensation of the whole world staring at me. Shame flooded the places lust had just vacated. Did somebody see us? Panic wormed under my skin. If my dad ever heard about this. Nobody saw us. Nobody's here. Jake nuzzled my neck, but he couldn't help jumping at the sudden noise that sliced through the silence. Christ! He shielded his eyes, looking up into the blue, cloudless sky as the birds rose above the treetops, cawing loudly, as though chastising us, as though someone had startled them. Despite Jake claiming there was no one there, I felt uneasy, and as Jake said, "Let's get out of here," I knew he felt it too. It was as though the moment, which had been so perfect, so private, was sullied somehow. Chapter 17. Now. Exhaustion has blunted my emotions, and I no longer have to fight to contain the tears that threaten to spill. I haven't cried, not once, for if I cry, I'm giving up hope, and I am not doing that. Not yet. Once our call had been cut off, I had phoned Lisa over and over. Each time her answer service cut in, and the words inviting me to speak after the tone sliced through me. I'd left an array of messages ranging from, "Lisa, we're so worried about you, please call us back," to, "Where the fuck are you?" And the last one was, "Lisa, please tell me my baby is all right." I repeated, "Please, please, please," over and over, until Nick gently unclasped my fingers and put my phone on the coffee table. He pulled me into his arms, but I couldn't allow myself to fall against him. I couldn't allow myself to fall apart. There's probably a problem with the mobile signals because of the storm, but I think we have to prepare ourselves for the worst, Kat, Nick had said. Then I was screaming, "No, no, no," over and over, though the room was silent, the words in my head. I clasped my hands over my ears as though I could somehow make the sound go away. I had paced the room, a rat in a cage, trying to decide what to do. My mobile signal had vanished. Nick was right about the masts. I fetched the landline from the hallway to ring the hospital. The receptionist said, "Hello, Farncaster General," and just hearing the name of the town where I grew up made anxiety rocket through my veins. But Lisa hadn't been admitted. "I can't believe this has happened to me." I dropped my head in my hands. "To us," Nick said gently, rubbing my back as though I had been sick, and I had thought I might be. "Sorry. This must be horrible for you too." "It is. You're not alone, Kat. I do understand." Nick rested his chin on my head as I leaned back against him. "I know what it's like to feel loss." We sat on the sofa, TV flickering in the corner, sound muted, flashes of lightning illuminating the room, not knowing what else to say. Nick refused to go to bed until I did, and now, at 2 a.m., we slide under cold silk sheets. But instead of spooning Nick, linking my legs through his, warming my feet on his skin, as I usually would, I lie staring at the ceiling, waiting for Nick's light breathing to rasp light snores. He is finally asleep. I ease myself out of bed, conscious of the shift of the mattress, and slip my feet into the fleecy slippers with penguin faces on Claire had bought me for Christmas. Silently, I pad downstairs for a bottle of wine, which I carry with a glass into the nursery. The orange glow of the nightlight I always leave plugged in should make it warm and inviting, but it feels as cold and as empty as I do inside. Twisting the clunky dial of the mobile, it jerks into life. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. But outside the window, the sky is as black as my heart. Another baby. How can I have lost another baby? This one didn't even have a name, but that doesn't make it any less real, any less loved. I sink into the rocking chair and flex my toes against the carpet, rocking back and forth, back and forth. How much loss can one person take? Self-pity tightens its fingers around me and threads its way through my thoughts. I'm not religious, but at times like these, I wonder whether God is real. Whether he is punishing me for the person I was, not seeing the person I am now. I wonder whether I deserve this, but not once do I ever think about giving up. I hold the rabbit in my lap, run my fingers across his ears, listening to the crinkle. And I know. I don't quite know how, but I know that I'm going to get a baby. Even if it kills me. I must have fallen asleep. The rising sun slicing through the window, casting stripes on the carpet through the bars of the cot, nudges me awake. I'm still rocking back and forth, and my calf muscles are aching, but at least physically I'm feeling something different from the numbness inside. Outside the storm is dying down, the rain a gentle patter against the window, the wind calmer now. The creak of our fence has subsided to a whisper as it gently sways. Reaching into the pocket of my dressing gown, I pull out my phone. No missed calls, no messages. My thumb hovers over the contact icon. Before I can dial Lisa, I wonder whether I should go and see her face to face. The thought fills me with dread. I have to decide whether my reluctance to go back to that place is greater than my desire to see her. It isn't. Although I had sworn never to go there again, I'm going to Farncaster. As I stand, my legs are jelly and I tell myself it's just because I've been in one position all night. But I know it's more than that. I'm scared. Sleet gusts through the crack in the car window, dampening my fringe, but I daren't shut it. I'm relying on the freezing, fume-filled air to keep me awake. I'm anxious hot anyway. Wet conditions are the worst conditions of all for driving. As I sit in traffic, engine thrumming, windscreen wipers swishing, a car crawls past, indicator flashing right. There is a heaviness in my chest as I notice the sunshine yellow baby on board sign, proudly displayed in the rear window. My mobile buzzes and I glance at the screen, hoping it's Lisa, but it's Nick. He must have woken and read my scribbled note on his bedside cabinet telling him I'll be back in a couple of days. I only hope that's true. It seems a long drive, although it's only an hour. I have stopped once for coffee, sipping the scalding liquid, welcoming the caffeine hit before I carry on. The slip road ahead tells me Farncaster is only 10 miles away. I indicate left, and as I twist the steering wheel, my empty Starbucks cup rolls about in the passenger footwell. 10 years. It's been nearly 10 years since I was last here, and my jaw locks as memories flit through my mind like stills from a film. The darkness, the sense of being trapped, the screaming, the pain. The terror I once felt floods back, pressing down on me, snatching my breath, and once more I have the feeling of being suffocated. The Farncaster sign looms towards me, acting as a force field almost. My foot squeezes the brake and I screech to a halt. Somewhere to my right a horn blasts, but everything is swimming in and out of focus, except my memories, which are clear and sharp. But it isn't the person I was then that is feeling so terrified. It's the person I am now. I know what it's like to feel loss, Nick had said. If I cross into Farncaster, the place where I so very nearly died, the place I promised never to return to, is he going to lose me too? My fingers scratch against my throat as though trying to dislodge the hands that I can still sometimes feel there. Chapter 18. Then. Nick kicked the scrunched-up Coke can to Richard. It clattered as it skittered across the pavement. Richard deftly towed it back, but Nick was hunched forward, hands pressed against a stitch in his side, gasping. "They think it's all over! It is now!" Richard covered his head with his t-shirt and ran up the road, arms stretched high, chanting, "Champion! Champion!" only stopping when he collided with the postbox. Nick couldn't help laughing as Richard crumpled to the ground. "Serves you right." Nick stood over his friend, offered his hand and pulled him to his feet. "I don't know how you can run after that huge dinner. Your mum is an amazing cook." "Yours can't be that bad." "She is," Nick said. As he spoke the lie, guilt seemed to increase the pain in his side. But it seemed easier to let Richard believe he never asked him to tea as his mum was a rubbish cook, rather than telling him they couldn't afford the extra ingredients for guests. Besides which, there was no way he'd invite his friend into a lounge that reeked of stale lager and rotting dreams. He blanched at the image of Richard perched on the edge of the threadbare armchair, avoiding the spring poking through the seat. Nick checked his watch, holding his wrist close to his eyes so he could see past the crack in the screen. "I better go. See you at school tomorrow?" "Not if I see you first, loser." Richard slapped him on the back and jogged past him. If anyone else had called Nick a loser, he'd have been upset, but not Richard. On the first day of school, Sammy Wilton had laughed at Nick's sandwiches wrapped in a plastic Tesco bag. Everyone else had swanky lunchboxes. Richard had stuck up for him, and at playtime he had sat on a bench in the playground, watching, as Nick raced around with a football, never once losing control. The next day, Richard had brought in a Power Rangers lunchbox. "It's old," he had shrugged, but it looked new. In return, Richard asked Nick to teach him to play football. His family weren't big on sport. Nick had spent many hours in his small backyard, avoiding his dad, learning to dribble, shoot, head the ball. As he passed on what he had learned, he knew he and Richard would be friends for life. Now, they were 12 and had just started secondary and were still as close as ever. Nick jabbed his key into the lock and pushed open the front door. On the mat were his mum's shoes, as frayed and tired-looking as she was. "Mum?" She should be at work. "In here, love." There was a forced brightness in her tone, and the first thought that sprang into Nick's head was, what has Dad done now? Stepping into the lounge, he saw his parents sitting together, and his hands furled into fists behind his back, but then he noticed something he hadn't seen for years, and he wasn't sure if he felt relieved or repulsed. His mum and Dad were holding hands, and this was more frightening than the usual shouting. Nick began to shake. He knew whatever his mum was about to tell him, it would be bad. Very bad. "Do you think Mum will be okay?" Nick and his father stood side by side scraping potatoes with blunt knives. Neither of them could work the peeler. Nick's knuckles were bleeding from trying. He couldn't remember the last time he had wanted reassurance from his dad, and, for a moment, it had drawn them close together. Fear slithered into the darkest corners of his mind. Cancer. How can such a small word be the disease that was destroying his mum from the inside out? "Course." Dad tugged a box of fish fingers from the back of the freezer. "Fuck's sake," he shouted as they tumbled to the floor, packets splitting, golden breadcrumbs and clumps of ice slithering under the cooker. "Loads of people survive breast cancer nowadays," he said as he dropped to his knees and began cleaning up the mess. As he stood at the sink, rinsing the fish fingers he had picked off the floor under the tap, his shoulders shook. He looked as small and scared as Nick felt. Later, they had cramped around the small kitchen table, eating lumpy mash and charred fish fingers. A cool breeze filtered through the kitchen window, which was cracked open to release the smell of burned oil. The three of them had made stilted conversation, the way people do when they are not used to each other's company. Dad didn't have a lager. His hand shook as he picked up his glass of water. Nick couldn't stop watching him, watching Mum. Dad loved her. He never would have thought. After they had pushed food around their plates for 10 uncomfortable minutes, Nick offered to wash up. He stuck his head around the lounge door when he had finished. Elvis crooned from the record player that was once his grandmother's. He didn't know how to feel as he watched his mum and dad in an awkward dance, feet shuffling over the threadbare carpet that once was red but now sun-faded pink. Dad's arm was around Mum's waist, and she rested her hand on his shoulder. The naked bulb hanging from the ceiling picked out the diamonds in the emerald ring Mum always wore. After the song had finished, there was the crackle and hiss as the needles circled empty grooves. Nick's parents didn't move, arms wrapped around each other. Once more the atmosphere was thick, not with bitterness this time, but with love. They felt something akin to a family. Nick hoped it wasn't too late. Chapter 19. Now. Farncaster is dingier than I remember. Without consciously thinking, I find myself indicating and turning into the estate I once called home. I crawl along, drinking everything in. The bright red postbox where I had posted applications to universities I didn't want to go to. Mrs. Phillips's bungalow. She had always given me an apple as I walked past on my way to school. The cherry tree that coated the pavements with a pale pink blossom, obscuring my chalked-out hopscotch. The house I grew up in appears to have shrunk. The engine hums while I study the front door, green paint peeling, the rotting wooden window frames, thick net curtains. Such a contrast to the rest of the road. What would happen if I knocked on the door? Who would answer? My gaze is drawn to the upper left window. I can almost picture my tiny childhood bedroom. The desk in the corner that wobbled if you leaned on the left-hand side. The bookshelf crammed with encyclopedias. My long white nightgown, like something out of the Victorian era, smelling of Persil washing powder, neatly folded on my pillow. A movement catches my eye. The net curtain in the lounge billows as though it has been moved. I can make out a shadow. My pulse skyrockets. I can't tear my eyes away from the window as I release the handbrake and pull out without looking. A horn blares for the second time today, and I am shaking as I mouth my apology to the other driver. Squeezing the accelerator, I leave, looking in my rearview mirror one last time. The shadow is still there. I have been seen. Lisa's old house looks exactly as I remembered. There is still a caravan in the driveway, but it is yellow with age, the roof and windows covered with a thick green moss. Memories crowd from holidays with Lisa's family, stamping bingo cards with red markers, arms raised in the air as we rode a roller coaster, lips that stung with vinegar and sea salt air, and later from being kissed. I think Nancy must still live here, and if she does, she must know where Lisa is. But although I cut the engine and grip the door handle tightly, I can't bring myself to leave the car. Coward. Even as I remind myself of what is at stake, I find myself twisting the key and pulling away. I'll start with the hospital where Lisa works, but first I want to freshen up, to buy some mints and water. I feel a state and wish I'd taken the time to shower and clean my teeth before I left, but I'd been hesitant of waking Nick, afraid he'd try to stop me, afraid he'd want to come with me. There are plenty of spaces in the car park behind the old cinema, which was replaced with a multiplex on an industrial estate while I still lived here. It's sad to see the architecture crumble into ruin. I slot in between two smaller cars and squeeze my body out. I can never open the doors wide enough. I look longingly at the parent and child spaces. The high street is half empty but crammed full of nostalgia. HMV is now a Poundland. The Three Fishes is boarded up. It's all so different and yet feels exactly the same. It's as though I never left. Step on a crack, break your mother's back. My adult veneer is slipping away and I feel horribly exposed. In the doorway of the newsagent's is a man. Despite his beard, the hair that hangs in his eyes, I recognise him for the boy he was. Aaron. It is almost as if the ground shakes beneath my feet. I can't look up, can't make eye contact. My skin crawls. I don't think he's seen me as he pulls out a mobile from his pocket, shoulders hunched, anger radiating from him. I dart down an alleyway, passing a small cafe called the Coffee House, and I think caffeine is just what I need. To sit, think. My legs feel shaky after seeing Aaron. The table is rickety, covered with a red and white plastic tablecloth, a folded piece of cardboard stuffed under one leg. I sit with my back to the window and, ignoring the bacon that hisses and spits, I order a cappuccino. My mobile is full of missed calls and frantic texts from Nick, and I send a message telling him I am fine, not to worry. I will explain everything tomorrow. Idly, I play with the salt and pepper pots, twisting them round and round in my fingers. Engrossed in thought, I don't look up when the bell rings again, and it isn't until my table falls into shadow my head rises. I see who is there, and my heart sinks. Chapter 20. Now. Nancy! I almost don't recognise Lisa's mum. Her face sunken, grey skin stretched over her skeleton. I can't believe you're here! Her words spill out with a gasp, and I don't know if she means because of what's taking place now or what took place then. The last time I saw her, we sat on her sofa, and I remember the feel of her hand in mine. What's happened? She had asked. Between you and Lisa. It breaks my heart you've fallen out. Tell me everything. She didn't know then what I had done. Neither of us knew what the fallout would be. She was so kind to me once. My eyes search hers, but I can't tell what she is thinking. She sinks onto a chair, and when she speaks again, she sounds exhausted, not angry. I couldn't believe it when I saw you in that magazine. Catherine White. Bit of a change from Cat Freeman, isn't it? You've obviously done well for yourself. There's an edge as she speaks, and it sounds like an accusation, and I want to tell her that however far I move away, I haven't been able to forget. You married, then? She nods at my ring. Family? She can't know about the surrogacy, and I hesitate. Not yet. I thought I was going to be a mum, but... She raises her hand to silence me, and I press my lips together, keeping the words I want to say inside. We stare at each other wordlessly, uncomfortably, until my drink is slopped in front of me, coffee thick and dark, and she speaks again. Treasure what you have, Cat. When you've lost everything like me. She shakes her head, and I want to tell her she hasn't lost everything. She has a daughter. More than anything, I want to reach out to her, but I don't. Instead, I start to ask, Lisa? But Nancy says, I can't do this, Cat, and heaves herself to her feet as though she is far older than she is. As she reaches the door, she turns and after a beat says, Take care. And I so want to believe that she means it, that she wishes me well, but it sounds like a threat all the same. Seeing her has stirred up so many emotions. How stupid to think I could just come here to find Lisa. I need to say sorry. I need to make amends. I need to start with Jake. The car park at the bottom of the hill is full of potholes. Weeds push through ground that was once covered with gravel. It's been so long since I last saw Jake. There are so many things I want to say. Things I want him to know, but now I'm here, I don't know if I'll be able to speak. The black wrought iron gate creaks as I push it open and coax my reluctant feet to step forward. I'm feeling edgy now I'm here. Uneasy, constantly looking over my shoulder. There's a sense of being watched. Clouds scud across the darkened sky, and there are shadows everywhere. I tell myself the only thing following me is my own guilt. Still, I speed up my pace, striding up the incline, my feet sinking into damp, overgrown grass. I don't care my suede boots will probably be ruined now. I don't care about anything except finding Jake, telling him how sorry I am. By the time I reach the path at the top, I am breathless. I hunch forwards, my hands on my thighs, waiting for my heart rate to settle. But it's not just the exertion that's making my pulse race. It's unfathomable I haven't been here before. My eyes scan the crematorium. Emotion ping-pongs around my chest. The wind chimes dangling from the tree above the children's section sway in the breeze, tinkling a lullaby that can never soothe. The headstones surrounding me are moss-coloured, names and dates faded. I head back to where the memorials become glossier, crosses replaced by angels and elaborate designs. The flowers here are freshly laid, the plots neatly maintained. I tiptoe between the rows, watching where I tread. Seeing Jake's name on a black marble rectangle is like a punch in the gut. I sink to my knees as my bones turn to dust. My lungs tighten painfully as I rock back and forth in silent anguish, my sorry stuck in my throat. Now I'm here, I can't believe it's so real, so raw. I knew he was dead, of course I did. After all, I was there. But I was still in hospital when he was buried, and missing the funeral, never coming back here, made it easier to pretend somehow that he was still here. Still happy. The wind whips up, and from behind me I hear the chimes in the tree, but other than that, there is silence. It's not a comfortable silence. The air feels thick, threatening almost. My fingers are numb with cold, and I stuff my palms under my armpits to warm. Now I'm here, I'm not sure what to do. I wish I'd stopped and bought flowers to lay, something bright and colourful, because no matter where he went, Jake was always the most vibrant one in the room. I look around at the other plots, the drying wreaths, the silk bouquets. There's even a helium balloon floating high with Happy 40th Dad on it. The thought of a family crowding around a plaque, blowing candles, cutting cake, is devastating. There's a movement to my right, and I twist my head. At first, I can't see what's caught my eye. I squint into the gloom looking for a rabbit. A twig snaps, the bushes rustle. I crane my neck. What's there? Shuffling, leaves move, and there's a flash of pink, a shape, a hand. Who's there? Hello? I call. The wind howls, the bush shakes. I can't see anything but dark green leaves and shadow, but there's a sense of eyes on me. Unease crawls under my skin. Hello? I ease 1 foot forward, ready to run. There's a crash behind me and I flinch, looking over my shoulder, but there's nothing to see except the swinging gate. I turn my attention back to the bush. There are shades of light now where dark patches were, and I think whoever was watching me has gone. I know there was somebody there. Unnerved, I reach out and trace Jake's name as though he can calm me. Simultaneously, a twig snaps behind me, and I jerk my hand away, start to stand, but it's too late. A hand has already clasped my shoulder, forcing me back on my knees, and it all comes flooding back. Fingers dug into my shoulder, and a hand lay heavy on the small of my back, forcing me forward. I tried to dig my heels in, stretching out my arms for something to grab hold of, but my fingertips closed around air. "Please!" My voice was high and shrill, my skin slick with sweat. "Don't do this! You don't have to do this!" There was a grunt behind me, the sound of heavy breathing, and I did everything I could to make it harder for him. I stiffened my body and struggled. There was a second when he released his grip, when I was free, and just as my mind was processing, there were no longer hands on me. There was pressure on the top of my arms, and I was shaken hard. My brain rattled around my skull. I bit my tongue and swallowed down my fear and the metallic taste of blood. My vision grew hazy. The ground beneath my feet felt soft as my body grew limp. I had the sensation of falling before I was yanked back and thrust forward, landing heavily on my hands and knees. My head banged against something hard and solid, and rockets of pain shot through my arms and into my neck. Dazed, I almost didn't hear the slam behind me. The click of a lock. "No! Wait!" I leapt to my feet. Nausea rose as the world seemed to rock. I blindly reached out, trying to find the door. The blackness was all-consuming, suffocating. My hands shook as I slapped my palms over the walls, spinning around until at last I found it. I gripped the door handle, but my hand was clammy and it took me 3 attempts to twist it. And when I did, it confirmed what I already knew. I was trapped. The memory has gone in a flash, and again I'm kneeling on the damp grass, fingers pressing hard into my skin. Chapter 21. Now. Inhaling sharply, I smell her perfume, fresh and floral. I know who is here. Lisa. She removes her hand from my shoulder, and I glance over as she kneels beside me. Bruising stains the side of her face where she slipped on the ice, but I don't ask any questions. Instead, I stretch out my hand. She threads her fingers through mine, and I know he is here with us. In the breeze that ruffles my hair, in the rain that kisses my skin. Jake. His name is carved in large, swirling, impossible-to-ignore letters, and that was him all over. Impossible to ignore. Pulling people to him with his charm and charisma. I loved him. I swallow down the lump that endlessly rises in my throat. I still love him. I don't need to see the pain that will be etched over Lisa's face right now to know she still loves him too. I'm so sorry, Kat. Lisa squeezes my fingers, and I feel how much she is trembling. I think it is too much for both of us being here, but I can't bring myself to leave. I've so much I wish I could tell him, I say. I talk to him all the time, Lisa says, and I think for the first time how it must have been for her, the one who stayed. I feel terrible I never came back before now. For her. It's stupid I thought I could wipe it all from my mind as though it never happened. It was my fault, I say. My voice is flat. There is no unspoken question mark. It was an accident, says Lisa. If I thought for 1 second it was your fault, it wasn't, really. But if I hadn't... Stop! As Lisa shouts, the branches rustle and a bird squawks as it flaps its wings, soaring high into the sky. Does it have to be someone's fault? She screws her face as though it hurts to talk, and it probably does. The skin on her cheek puffy and swollen, her eye half closed and black. I wonder if she's talking about Jake or about her miscarriage. Are you okay? I ask. I didn't come here to do anything other than check on you. I realise as I speak I am telling the truth. I know Lisa has lost the baby, but I don't want to lose her, not again. Should you be out of bed? As long as I take it easy, the doctor says. No lifting or running marathons. I've stomach cramps still, and this. She touches her cheek. But I'll live, and you've got to start living too. Stop blaming yourself. Think about the future. Think about your baby. What baby? I say dully. This one. Lisa takes my hand and places it on her stomach. But I thought I was bleeding, but the doctor did a scan and I'm still pregnant. But how? The doctor thinks it is... She stops herself. It was twins. They do run in the family, remember? And we both instinctively turned to look at the headstone of the boy we both loved unconditionally. Her as a brother, me as a lover. And as I kneel, the dampness soaking through my leggings, the cold wind numbing my cheeks, you wouldn't think it was possible to feel heartbroken and hopeful at the same time, but somehow I do. It only takes a couple of minutes to drive to the pub. My clothes are still soaking. Lisa's must be too. Are you sure you don't want to go home and change? Already I feel the need to look after her. No, it's okay. Let's go in and celebrate. Her voice is as flat as I feel. Celebrating feels wrong. Are you okay? I am worried. Her complexion, always pale, is as white as flour. Tired, but the doctor says there's no reason the remaining twin should be at risk. It's just... She bites her bottom lip and stares out through the windscreen, fogging again now I have cut the engine. Going to the crematorium. She shrugs miserably. Do you go often? It's supposed to be comforting, isn't it, having a place to visit? But as I'd knelt there before Lisa arrived, shivering with cold and the sensation of being watched, I felt anything but comforted. Not enough. I went today because I knew you'd come looking for me, and how could you not visit Jake? Usually I feel terrible. I avoid it because being there, visiting Jake, it brings it all back. I feel so bloody guilty. What do you have to feel guilty for? I'm surprised. I thought I carried the guilt alone. Lisa picks at a thread hanging off the bottom of her jumper, and I know she is choosing her words carefully. That night, we both jump as there is a thud. Somebody bumps into the car as they hurtle past. What the... I pull my sleeve over the heel of my hand and rub the misted window, but whoever was there is long gone. Probably kids, says Lisa. They play in this car park all the time. Let's go inside. I'm freezing. What were you going to say about feeling guilty? It's all the what-ifs, isn't it? Even... She gazes out of the window, unable to meet my eye. If I hadn't been friends with you, my brother would never have met you. Would he still be here? But we'll never know, will we? She opens her door and steps outside. I can still see her. I could stretch out my hand and touch her, but she feels so far away. Inside the pub, I ease off my coat, throwing it over a stool near a crackling open fire. Hot chocolate with cream and marshmallows? My go-to rainy day drink. Lisa attempts a smile. You remembered. At the bar, the barista heats the milk in a machine that spits and gurgles. The sight of champagne chilling in the fridge saddens me. I'm still going to be a mum, and I should be shouting it from the rooftops. But the thought of the baby Lisa has lost is at the forefront of my mind. I can't help wondering if it would have been a boy or girl. It is almost incomprehensible I could be feeling such a raw sense of loss for a baby I didn't know existed. But I can. I do. Tears are not far from the surface as I try to bring my thoughts back to the baby who is left, reassure myself it is okay to feel happy. Do you believe in fate? Lisa asks before I have even sat back down with the drinks. Or karma? What goes around? I don't know. Do you believe some things are meant to be, inevitable almost? Written in the stars, I think. But instead I say, I'm not sure. I used to, but some things seem so senseless, don't they? So pointless. If it's all part of some grand plan, I can't help wondering why. What I said before, about Jake still being here if he hadn't met you, I don't believe that, not really. Car accidents happen every day, and if it was his time, where and who he was with wouldn't have made a difference, would it? It doesn't stop me feeling any less guilty, though. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have been in the car at all. Do you think she still feels bad, the other driver? I shrug. I hadn't really thought about her. At least she didn't have any passengers in the car with her. No one else got hurt. I can't say the word died. I don't know. Maybe it still haunts her. That's what frustrates me, I think. The police ruled it a non-fault collision, atrocious weather, a tragic accident. But Mum seems to need someone to blame. Craves it, almost. She can't seem to let go. I take hold of her hand. Sometimes her voice quivers. I wonder if she wishes it were me who died instead. If Jake was her favourite. That's not true. She didn't have a favourite. I suppose we believe what we want to, don't we? Lisa sighs. Anyway, this is for you. She pulls a grainy black and white picture out of her bag. At first I can't make it out. Is that the baby? I'm so sorry you ended up missing the scan. It wasn't supposed to be this way, Kat. I trace the image, the tiny limbs, the out-of-proportion skull, alien-looking almost. Lisa rests her head on my shoulder. I'm scared Mum will find out, but I'm too scared to tell her, she almost whispers. And I don't blame her. I don't think Nancy will take the surrogacy well, not when she knows the baby is coming to me. It's hard, as I study the photo, to equate the black and white blur to the baby growing inside Lisa. I press my hand against her belly. Thanks. It's such an innocuous word, but dripping with everything I feel. Everything I want. Lisa looks around the pub and shifts in her seat. She looks uncomfortable as she brushes my hand away. It feels really tender still. God, I'm sorry. I'd thought about the emotional pain we are both feeling over her loss, but she must be feeling awful physically too. Can I do anything for you? No. I think I'll go home and put my pyjamas on. Something looser. It doesn't help my waistbands are tight. I know it's early days, but I think once you've been pregnant before, your abdomen muscles are shot and you expand even quicker. Last time I didn't show for ages, but this time I can't do my jeans up already. Have you got any maternity clothes? No, I gave them to a charity shop. Didn't think I'd need them again. You know I've never wanted a baby of my own. She fidgets again, eyes darting around the pub. She's putting me on edge. I find myself looking over my shoulder, paranoia gnawing at me. Lisa, what's wrong? I know her well enough to know something is, and it isn't only that her clothes are tight. Lisa stares miserably into her drink, dunking marshmallows under the chocolatey liquid with her fingers and then letting them bob up again. I'm worried somebody might see us here together and mention it to Mum. I saw her earlier. You didn't say anything about the baby, did you? She looked stricken. Of course not. But she's going to notice. I know. I'm going to tell her. Do you want me to come? Explain? Best if you don't, actually, Kat. Lisa loops her scarf around her neck. I'm going to do it on the way home. I'll walk. It will do me good. You don't mind if I leave, do you? Nothing worse than secrets, is there? Something unspoken is left hanging in the air. Let me buy you some new clothes at least. A small offering under the circumstances. And it's questionable whether I'm doing this for her or to make myself feel better. She shrugs on her coat. I can get them out of my expenses. I'd like to treat you. Our eyes meet, and I think she sees how much I need to do something. We could even go shopping together. Thanks. I'm feeling so drained, though. If you transfer the cash, I'll order some bits online. I nod my agreement, and after scribbling down her address for me so I can always find her if I need to, she's gone. I use the loo before I head for my car, rooting around in my bag for my keys. Broken glass crunching under my feet stops me in my tracks. Raising my head, blood roars in my ears as I see my car window is smashed. A prickle of unease causes me to whip my head around. Is someone there, hiding behind the van waiting to see my reaction, crouching behind the wall leading to the beer garden? Thoughts ricochet as I try to rationalize what might have happened. Could someone have accidentally fallen against my car, their elbow penetrating the glass? I dismiss each idea as it comes. The window is thick. I peer inside the car. There is a brick on the passenger seat. Someone has done this deliberately. There's a clattering sound behind me, and I gasp and spin around, but it's only the barman tipping empty bottles into a plastic bin. He heads back into the pub, and there is only me left in the car park. But somehow I don't feel alone. Another sound springs at me, something I can't identify, and I scuttle back to the pub, back to warmth, back to safety. My eyes are fixed on the floor as I swerve to avoid a broken bottle. But before I reach the door, I round the corner and run smack into someone. My eyes take in his dirty trainers, dark blue denims, white shirt, and finally settle on his face. "I've been looking for you," he says. Chapter 22. Now. I hadn't recognised the man who'd said he had been looking for me, but he had introduced himself as the landlord of the pub. "I'm so sorry. One of the regulars told me a 4x4 had been broken into. There's been a spate of it, I'm afraid. Do you want me to call the police?" He had walked me over to my car, and I'd checked the contents. Nothing had been stolen. "No, let me ring my husband." The landlord had checked the other cars as I called Nick. His phone was switched off, and I'd been overcome with a wave of needing him, to feel his arms around me. I was exhausted, unnerved, and longing to be at home. "Do you think you could patch it somehow?" I had asked the landlord. "I can get it repaired properly tomorrow." Now I crawl along the back roads, the wind buffeting the car. The thick layer of polythene taped to the window flaps loudly in my ear. I ease off the accelerator, even though I am only going 35 miles per hour in a 60 zone. I rehearse telling Nick our news, but the words I practice sound too clunky, too convoluted. The constant stream of cold air seeping through a gap in the polythene stiffens my neck, making my head ache. My muscles are tension tight. I'm going to have a baby. We are going to have a baby. I force myself to think of Nick, because it has only now properly occurred to me this baby will have Jake's genes too. Possibly Jake's warm green eyes, his dazzling dimpled smile, and if so, every time I look at my child, I will be reminded of the lover I lost. The more I think, the more uncomfortable I feel. disloyal almost, as though I am sullying my wedding vows to forsake all others. For the first time, I question whether this was a bad idea, whether we should have tried adopting again. But it's too late now, and in spite of everything, I can't be sorry. We're going to be parents. It is gloomy dark, despite it being only tea time, and as traffic pours out of a nearby industrial estate, we come to a standstill. On a whim, I text Nick. "What are you up to this evening?" "Missing you. Just leaving work. Going to eat toast in bed and watch NCIS. Nick's a good cook, but never bothers when I'm not there. I think it would be a nice surprise to pretend I'll still be gone overnight and arrive home in an hour with a curry." "You back tomorrow? Are you okay?" My thumb punches out, yes. The traffic edges forward again. I start to plan what I'll pick up from the Indian, and as I think about the creamy sauces, fragrant spices, and tender pieces of chicken, my stomach growls. Leaning over, I open the glove box and pull out a tube of fruit pastels and pop one onto my tongue, glad it's a yellow one. The sugar begins to melt, and my mouth tingles with a citrus zing that immediately makes me feel more awake than I am. Walking home from school, Nancy would often call into the newsagents and let us choose a treat. We'd always want fruit pastels. I'd trade my red one for Lisa's orange ones, and Jake would always eat his black ones first. We'd count down from 3 before placing a sweet in our mouths, regularly sticking our tongues out to compare how small they were getting. Lisa could never resist chewing, and by the time we reached her house, me and Jake would still have a slither of the jelly sweet on our tongues, while Lisa would have eaten all her packet and want mine. Usually I park on the driveway, but with the window missing on the CRV, tonight I bypass our cul-de-sac and trundle down the lane leading to our garage. I slot the car in amongst Nick's golf clubs, the Black & Decker workbench, and the array of tools he never uses. Opening the door, the musty smell of the garage mingles with the aroma of korma drifting out of the takeout bag on my passenger seat. I let myself into the house via the back door. The kitchen is gloomy except for the green glow of the clock on the hob. I flick on the light switch. The oven tick-tick-ticks before it ignites, and I place the foil containers of food on the bottom shelf to keep warm. The fridge whirs in the corner, and jars of chutney chink together as I yank open the door. My hand reaches for the just-in-case bottle of M&S champagne we always keep in the salad drawer. But it seems wrong, somehow, to celebrate the life of one child when another has been lost. I'm exhausted from the day, from the drive. I bite back the urge to cry as I pull out a bottle of Pinot instead and lift 2 glasses from the cupboard. I don't switch on the landing light as I creep past the empty lounge and up the stairs. I don't want to alert Nick to my presence. Before I reach our room, I slip into the nursery and, easing open a drawer, rummage through the pile of vests, holding each one up to the nightlight before I find the white one with "I love my daddy" written in red. Despite my sadness, excitement mounts as I pad across the landing, and it is only then do I notice the silence. No TV. No NCIS. Tucking the bottle under my arm, I picture a smile spreading across Nick's face as I tell him Lisa is still pregnant, and slowly I push open the door. The room is in darkness, and disappointment wells as I think Nick must have fallen asleep. I hesitate, unsure whether to wake him, but I can't hear the heaviness of his breathing. I can't hear anything at all. Flicking on the light, I wait a few moments for my eyes to adjust, but I don't have to see to know that Nick isn't here. Frustration bubbles as I put down the wine and glasses and tweezer open 2 slats of the blind with my thumb and index finger. Our driveway, the space where Nick's car should be, is empty. I call his mobile. I'm spoiling the surprise now, but I don't care. It rings and rings until the voicemail clicks in. I cut the call before sinking on the bed, unsure what to do. Seconds later, my mobile beeps. "Sorry, babe. At a crucial point in NCIS. Can I call you later?" My chest tightens, but I tell myself I must have got it wrong. He must be watching it with Richard. But on the blank, silent TV screen, I imagine I see images of the lipstick on Nick's shirt. I punch out a reply. Where are you? Tucked up in bed, wishing you were here. My phone slips from my grasp, and on the feather-soft duvet I curl into a ball, knees to my chest, arms wrapped tightly around my legs, as though I can keep my sorrow inside. As though I can keep my marriage intact. Later, I peel myself from the bed, and every muscle screams in protest. Scenarios whip through my mind hard and fast, and none of them are good. Nick. I can't believe he's having an affair. I just can't. And yet all the signs are there. He's forever checking his mobile. He's been distracted, snappy almost, and I can't remember the last time we had sex. Is it my imagination, or has the distance between us grown since Christmas Day? Since Lisa's text to tell us she is pregnant? But hovering just outside my consciousness is another memory, and I pace the bedroom as I try to pull it to the forefront of my mind. Nick received a text Christmas Day. My stomach drops. Natasha. In the mirror, my reflection taunts me. My unwashed hair hanging limp, my face, pale and blotchy with tears, my body, a roll of flesh spilling over the elastic waistband of my leggings. Working from home, I have stopped making an effort. I have let myself go. Loathing myself, I stare at my image for so long my vision blurs, and I drift. Nick, on our wedding day, his voice breaking with emotion as he took his vows. The way his hand shook as he slid on my ring. I dive into the memory. It is colourful and bright, warm and comforting, better than the here and now in each and every way. But reality pulls and pulls at me until, reluctantly, I am back in my cold and silent room, desperate to talk things through. I pick up my phone, scroll through my contacts and press dial. It rings and rings. Come on. I urge Lisa to pick up, but a robotic voice invites me to leave a message. I don't. Instead, I try Claire. With every unanswered ring, my frustration builds. As though it is about to explode, I hurl my mobile onto my bed. The desire to text Nick is immense, but I want to see the expression on his face as I confront him. Agitation keeps me on my toes, and I find myself pacing furiously until my adrenaline ebbs away, and I fold myself around Nick's pillow. The sound of a baby crying wrenches me awake. I sit bolt upright. The lost baby? The bedroom is swathed in darkness, the shadow of my furniture eerie. The crying fades to an even louder silence, and I know, with certainty, I should not have gone to Farncaster today, walking around the town shoulder to shoulder with the shoppers, as though I am one of them, as though I belong. Slowly, the ceiling seems to bear down, compacting the air in the room. I think of the rock through my window, the figure at the crematorium, eyes following my every move. I wrap my arms around myself. I can't stop shivering, and I know it's with fear, not cold. It's all going to catch up with me. I don't know if I can keep it together anymore. Not again. Chapter 23. Now. The sky is streaked pink and orange when I wake, the sound of a baby crying sharp in my mind. I have been so restless in the night, the duvet has slithered onto the floor, and I am cold and stiff. I stretch out my legs, flexing my feet, encouraging the blood to flow and chase the pins and needles away before I stamp over to the window on still too numb to feel feet. The driveway is empty. I rub the sleep from my eyes, as though I can make Nick's car appear. It doesn't. My mobile skitters across my bedside cabinet, trilling Like I Love You, and I know it's Lisa. Morning, Lisa. Hello. She sounds flat. I told my mum last night about the surrogacy. How did she take it? Not well. She didn't understand how I could give a child up. Not when she's lost one. Did she come around last time, with Stella? There's a beat. She wasn't thrilled, but this time it's worse. This time, it's me. Lisa sighs. I didn't mean... Look, Jake was my twin, and I loved him as much as her, if not more. It was an accident. I can see that. Why can't she? It might have been an accident, but it was still the wrong place at the wrong time. And if it wasn't for me, Jake wouldn't have been there, would he? It's human nature to look for someone to blame. But... Lisa is crying now. I wait while she gathers herself. You weren't driving. Jake was, and they don't blame him. Does someone always have to be accountable, Kat? She's so busy being angry and hurt, she's forgotten the good times. Her breath hitches. Do you remember when we made that Easter cake? We must have been about 13. Yes. It was terrible. It sank in the middle. Jake said he could do better, and we told him boys couldn't bake. And he locked himself in the kitchen and made that chocolate log. It was amazing. It was shop bought, you know. It wasn't. I found the box in the bin. It was at the back of the cupboard, left over from Christmas. He just took off the snowman and stuck mini eggs on the top. I told him I wouldn't tell if he let me eat the rest. No wonder I was fat. How funny. I thought he was an amazing cook. He made a romantic meal for 2 once. Pasta and dolmio. No. I laugh, though it is slightly disconcerting that the person I thought I knew better than anyone managed to fool me. But I suppose we're all taken in sometimes, aren't we? We believe what we want to see. I miss him, Kat, and I haven't had anyone to talk to about him. To be honest, my mum is still so wrapped up in grief she barely talks to me anymore. You can always talk to me, Lise. I'm always here. Sorry, I'm hormonal. Don't apologise. You've just lost a baby, a twin. You're bound to be feeling awful. Lisa cries even harder. I'm sorry. Stop apologising, Lise. She blows her nose. It never gets any easier. The loss. I don't think time does heal, do you? We just have to learn to live with it. But what if we can't? What then? I sift through platitudes I quickly discard, remaining silent until Lisa's sobs abate. Do you want me to come and see you? My offer is genuine. No. It's probably best you don't visit Farncaster again. I don't think you'd get a very welcome reception. What about your scan? I know you wanted to be there, but Kat, please. I don't mind so much about the midwife appointments, but actually seeing the baby... I could meet you at the hospital and leave afterwards. No one will know. I don't know. Please, Lise. The online surrogacy group I'm part of says it's such a great bonding experience if you can be present for the scan. I really want to be as involved as I can. Okay. She still sounds reluctant, but I'm already mentally planning my route, how I can drive around the outskirts and avoid the town centre. You'll let me know as soon as it's booked. I don't want to make anything harder for you, Lisa, I promise. I respect your mum doesn't want anything to do with me, but I'm here to support you in whatever you need, and it doesn't have to be baby-related. It's been good talking about Jake. I've missed you, Lisa blurts out. Come and stay with us, soon. Bring some old photos. The ones of Jake in that crazy pork pie hat he wore. He was wearing that the night of Perry's party. It had slipped backwards as we shared our first kiss. and he'd steadied it with one hand, his other massaging the back of my neck. "I'd like to come and stay," she says, "and share memories of Jake. I'd like that a lot." A feeling of warmth wraps itself around me like a cloak, and I berate myself for the time I've wasted. The shower spits and splutters. I scrub at my skin, as if I can wash away my tiredness, the water torrents along with my emotions. Of all the things I am feeling about Nick, underneath the suspicion, the disappointment, the worry, bubbles happiness that me and Lisa are okay. The baby is okay. As I lather coconut shampoo, I practice the things I'll say to Nick, but even in my head, the words sound cold and accusing. It will be better to wait and see what he has to say for himself. Once dried and dressed, I paint on a brave face, my skin tight under a thick layer of foundation. I have chopped vegetables, dissolved stock cubes, and am pacing barefoot from sink to cooker and back again, my soul sticking to the tiles, when Nick slinks into the kitchen. "Hey!" He can't quite meet my eye. "I didn't think you'd be home yet." He dips his head to kiss me, and his stubble grazes my cheek. I pull back as the rank smell of whiskey stings my nostrils. "I've not been back long." My voice is jovial, giving him the chance to tell me the truth, but underneath my calm exterior, anger is simmering like the soup on the stove. "Something smells good." He lifts the lid on the pan and inhales deeply. "Where have you been?" The question slips out before I can think it through. "I nipped to the office to pick up some papers. I missed you last night." Nick nuzzles my neck, wrapping his arms tightly around my waist, squeezing me so hard my lungs grapple for air. I try to wriggle from his grasp, but he clings on and I can't break free. Sliding my arms around him, I feel his shoulders shake, and I think he might be crying, but I can't be sure. I half expect to smell traces of perfume. There's nothing but stale alcohol. Nick puts his palm on the small of my back, drawing me closer until there isn't even a centimetre gap between our bodies. Yet I've never felt so distant from him before. "There's something I need to tell you," I say, pulling back. I find his eyes before saying, "I know." There is a flash of panic on his face. "You know?" He speaks slowly, carefully, as if buying himself time to form a proper answer in his head before he says it out loud. "I know you weren't here last night." A sharp intake of breath tells me I've caught him by surprise. "No, I wasn't." He doesn't elaborate further. "Where were you?" I cross my arms. I am afraid of his answer, but at the same time I am desperate to hear it. "Cat." He whispers my name with such regret. "I am so sorry, but there is something I need to tell you." Chapter 24. Then. Nick was freezing when he woke. His duvet was thin and his 2 small pyjamas hadn't kept him warm. They'd moved into a 2-up, 2-down council house a few years before, but it still wasn't a happy home. There was a time when his mum had breast cancer that Nick had seen a different side to his dad, but once Mum had been given the all clear, it was as though all the fear, all the worry his dad had felt transcended into anger. He was worse now than he had ever been. Nick had begged his mum to leave. Dad was becoming more and more violent, but she'd say to Nick, "He's still in there. The man I fell in love with. Remember when I was ill?" But Nick thought, if you had to be dying for someone to be nice to you, they probably didn't love you as much as you hoped. He wouldn't think about that today, though. It was his birthday. 19. Although there would be no party, no decent presents, he didn't care. He didn't want anything except for his mum to be away from his dad. Nick worked full-time at Tesco now and rarely spent any money on himself. Everything went into a savings account. One day, he'd buy a big house like the one Mum cooed over on the property programme last night, with the island in the kitchen and the copper pans hanging above the Aga. He'd paint the kitchen sunflower, his mum's favourite colour, and while he went to work, she could bake cakes. She would never have to work again. Nick caught a whiff of something delicious. Not the usual mildew smell that filled the house as the patches of mould climbed the walls, clung to the ceiling, but sausages. Nick jumped up and pulled on a pair of socks before padding downstairs towards the kitchen as quietly as he could. His dad liked to lie in. "Happy birthday, Nick!" Mum crossed the kitchen and wrapped her arms around him. She smelled of oil and cleaning products. Nick hugged her fiercely. "You must be shattered." He stepped back and studied her face. She looked so much older than Richard's mum, although they must be around the same age. The wrinkles surrounding her eyes definitely weren't caused by laughter. "I'm fine." She smiled, but it was only with her mouth. Nick reached to switch on the kettle to make her a cup of tea, but she slapped his hand lightly. "Sit down and open your presents." On the table were 2 gift-wrapped boxes. He picked them up one by one and shook them, trying to guess what was inside. He slid his fingers between the join in the wrapping paper on the one he thought might be a book and eased it open, wanting to savour the moment. "Thanks, Mum." He flipped open the cover on the encyclopedia and ignored the Happy Christmas, Emma inscription on the inside. "If you're going to find a better job than shelf stacking, you'll need to know all that stuff," Mum said. She had wanted him to stay on at school, go to uni, but how could he? He needed to be a man, contribute to the housekeeping. He'd left school as soon as he had turned 16, eager to be bringing in money, but without sitting his exams it had been hard to find anything decent, and he'd taken the first job he'd been offered. "Open the other one before the sausages burn." Nick picked up the other box. He had no idea what could be inside. Smoke began to rise from the frying pan, so he tore the paper off quickly. "Mum!" Nick stared at the Nokia box, almost too afraid to look inside in case it housed something other than a mobile phone. He'd wanted one for ages, and more than once he'd been tempted to buy one out of his wages, but they had an unspoken agreement, almost, him and Mum. Every penny would go towards their future. "I hope it's okay. It's nothing fancy, but you can text and call. I've topped it up with £5 credit for you." Nick slid the packaging out of the box. It was nothing like the one Richard had. There was no internet, not even a camera, but Nick turned it over in his hands as though it were a gold bar. "It's brill. Thanks." "Tuck in or you'll be late for work." Mum slid sausages from the pan onto a plate. Nick forked baked beans into his mouth as he switched on his phone, and it wasn't until he was halfway through his breakfast he realised his mum wasn't eating. "Where's yours?" "I'll have mine later with Dad." Nick hesitated. His mum was getting so thin he often wondered whether she ate at all. "Really? Hurry up before yours gets cold." Nick finished, and his mum took his plate to rinse, and as he stood he couldn't help but pull open the fridge door. There were only 3 sausages inside, and he knew his mum wouldn't be eating at all. His phone felt hard and heavy in his bag as he walked to work, a constant reminder his mum had yet again gone without. "Happy birthday, mate." Richard pressed a box into Nick's hands when they met for lunch, and he sauntered into the chip shop to buy them both lunch, as though it wasn't a big deal he'd just given Nick an iPhone. Nick had only ever seen a picture of one. Apparently they were going to be huge, but they were almost impossible to get. "What the fuck? I can't accept this, mate." Nick tried to give it back to Richard when he returned with bags of hot, salty chips and golden fish. It wasn't that he wasn't grateful. But Richard gave him so much, and it didn't seem fair the only thing Nick had ever been able to do in return was teach Richard how to play football, even if he was bloody good at it. "I want you to have it." Richard opened a sachet of ketchup with his teeth. "I think you think too much," Richard cut in. "I think you want one. I think you should have one, seriously." He leaned closer to Nick and lowered his voice. "I'll always do what I think is right for you. No arguing. We're mates. We've got each other's backs, right?" "Always." Nick felt his grin almost split his face in two as he opened the box and pulled out the handset. "They've only just come out, though. How did you manage to get one?" Richard tapped the side of his nose. "I've contacts. I can sort anything out. It's not what you know. It's amazing." "It's nothing," Richard shrugged. But it was something. To Nick. "I owe you one." "Oh, you do," said Richard. "I won't forget." Walking home after work, Nick passed the pawn shop, and a thought struck him. He didn't need 2 phones. He could sell one and buy his mum something nice without it affecting their savings. Some flowers, perhaps, or chocolates? The bell trilled as he pushed open the door. The smell of coffee rushed towards him. The man behind the counter, comedy moustache, eyed Nick suspiciously. "If it's nicked, I'm not interested." "No, it was a present, honest." Nick put his rucksack on the counter and unzipped his bag. He rummaged through his Tesco uniform until his hand connected with the chunky Nokia. As Nick began to pull it out of his bag, he remembered the radiance on Mum's face as she'd watched him unwrap it that morning, her hands red and raw from cleaning, as she served up the breakfast she couldn't afford to eat herself. Nick dropped the handset as though it had suddenly burned him. Instead, he pulled out the iPhone Richard had given him and tried to ignore the heavy feeling in his heart as he saw the man's eyes light up, and although he only offered Nick a fraction of what he knew it must have cost, he stuffed the notes into his pocket anyway. The shouting was audible before Nick had even unlocked the front door. "You spent the housekeeping on a fucking phone?" He hesitated, as though his dad's anger was pushing him back. He stood on the front doormat, clutching the baby pink carnations he'd bought. Tucked inside his bag was a box of Terry's All Gold. There was still some cash left he'd give his mum. "It's his birthday. Did you even remember? He deserves something nice." "Course I've remembered. I'm not fucking stupid. Unlike him, leaving school without any bloody qualifications." The kind voice his dad had used when his mum was ill was just a distant memory. He seemed even angrier now she was better than before she got sick. Mum said it was because he'd been so scared she'd die, but that didn't make sense to Nick at all. "He's not the stupid one!" Mum screamed. The sound of the slap reverberated through the house. Nick dropped his bag and the flowers and flew through to the kitchen. "Mum!" Mum stood, back to him, hands on sink, leaning over the bowl as though she might be sick. "It's all right, love. You go upstairs." "No." Nick's voice wobbled, but he was a man now. He worked full-time, and the days of hiding under his covers, hands pressed over his ears, were over. Never again would he pretend to believe the stories Mum had walked into a cupboard or slipped getting out of the bath. Besides, he had one advantage over his dad now. He was taller, fitter, faster. He shouldn't be scared, but Nick felt his knees begin to shake as his dad took a step towards him, hand raised. His mum cried, "Leave him alone!" and spun around, and Nick saw her swollen lip, the blood trickling down her chin. He knew he had a fraction of a second to decide what to do. To walk away, or hit back. There was a buzzing in his ears, and his blood felt as though it was on fire as it crackled and steamed through his veins. His dad's hand connected with his cheek, causing his teeth to slam together. And Nick felt an invisible force pull his fist back and pound it into his dad's face again and again. His vision tunneled. He was surrounded by blackness, but he didn't stop. couldn't stop. In the background, his mum screamed, bone crunched, and Nick grunted with each and every punch. The anger he felt over every past hurt his father had caused teemed with the anger he felt now. It wasn't until his dad fell limp and loose. Nick released his grip on the front of his dad's shirt, and Kevin, for Nick swore then and there he would never call him Dad again, crumpled to the floor. Gradually, the thrumming in his ears subsided. The black dots in front of his eyes faded away, and as Nick stared with horror at the bruised and bloodied face lying before him, he knew he'd gone too far. Chapter 25. Now. What does Nick have to tell me? I search his face for clues as I second-guess what he might have to say. You look like someone has died. It is me who breaks the silence. Nick threads his fingers through mine. I feel a jolt of electricity and try to pull back, but I see the utter desolation in his eyes. I will myself not to cry as I relax my hand into his and wait. Seconds blur into minutes, and still he doesn't speak. Is there someone else? I ask. What? God, no! How could you think that? You weren't here last night? You lied to me. You've been distant for weeks since... My throat is constricted with emotion, my voice quieter. Since Natasha's text. Kat, and I heard you, I cut in, talking to Richard on New Year's Day. He said something about getting found out, and you said it's too late. I did say that, Nick nods. And now we have been found out. I don't understand. There's a problem. His voice sounds controlled, but it is only because I know him so well I can detect a slight tremor. With work. But it's nothing for you to worry about. Work? I hiss out air in relief, but his expression tells me this is more serious than he is letting on, and that despite his reassurances, I should worry. What's wrong? We didn't get planning permission for a renovation on a listed building. It wasn't intentional, but it slipped by Richard, and by the time he realised, we had already started and stupidly decided to carry on rather than come clean. It's a stately home and a huge site. Potentially, we could lose a lot of money, not to mention our reputation, but it's in hand. Why didn't you tell me? Marriage is about sharing, and I am hurt he has kept this to himself, but I don't want to make it about us, about our relationship. He looks so miserable. You've had enough to deal with. The babies, moving house. I was hoping I could get it sorted without you finding out about it. I know how much you stress. That bit at least is true. But still, I know you're stronger than you look. So is it? Sorted? Not yet. I drove down to the site yesterday, and the meeting went on so long I stayed overnight. I'll probably have to go back at least once more. Can I do anything to help? I know I probably can't, but I feel helpless seeing him so deflated. You can make me a cup of tea. He drops a kiss on top of my head. I'm going to shower. And that's really it? I can't help asking just as he's leaving the room. There's nothing going on with Natasha. Nick turns. His eyes seek out mine. Please don't worry about her. It's been hard not to in the last 24 hours. Nick pulls his mobile from his pocket and scrolls through his contacts. When he reaches Natasha's name, he presses delete and scans my face for a reaction. I can promise you, Natasha and I having an affair is something you will never have to worry about. He doesn't blink or look away, and I do believe him, but I still feel uneasy. I just don't know why. Later, after Nick has changed into a tracksuit and we have eaten, I clear away the bowls of soup we've barely touched, sweep the crumbs of crusty bread into the palm of my hand and sprinkle them into the bin. I'm tired, but I can't settle. I'm longing to talk to Nick about Lisa, but he's shut himself in his study. Said he had a few phone calls to make. The laundry basket is overflowing, and I start sorting colours, checking each pocket as I go. I'm stuffing Nick's trousers and the clothes I wore yesterday into the drum when I notice a piece of paper flutter to the floor. Scooping it up, I see it's the receipt from the Farncaster Bean Cafe. Tiredness burns behind my eyes as I screw the receipt into a ball and lob it into the bin. After adding softener to the drawer and switching the machine on, I carry coffee through to the lounge, calling for Nick to join me. He flops onto the sofa, looking exhausted. We've both aged these past couple of years. It's time to tell him Lisa's news. I kneel in front of Nick and take his hand. Heat passes between his palm and mine, and a ball of longing begins to unravel. I press my lips against his, my fingers fumbling for the buttons on his shirt, but he clamps his hand over mine. Cat, I'm knackered. Hurt, I try to pull away, but he pulls me closer and shuffles back on the sofa, making room for me. I lie next to him, my head on his chest, feeling the thump, thump, thump of his heart. Tell me what you've been up to. His fingers idly play with my hair, and I feel myself sink into him. The car window was smashed in a car park. Nothing was stolen, though. I'll get it repaired in the morning. He twirls a strand of hair around his finger. Did you find her? He asks softly. Lisa. There was never going to be anywhere else I was. I'm sorry it didn't work out, Kat, he says after a beat of silence. I don't want to give up on having a family. I know how much it means to you, but can we just take a break? Be normal for a bit. Normal? The word stings, but I know what he means. I struggle to think of the last conversation we had that wasn't about adoption or surrogacy. Babies have become the forefront of our world, and we don't even have one yet. I don't mean you're not normal because you can't conceive. You know I don't. He brushes my fringe from my eyes. It's all-consuming, isn't it? The constant worry, the hope, the disappointment. I think we might need a break, is all, and maybe resign ourselves to the fact we might not become parents. August. For a holiday. Italy. No. For becoming parents. I prop myself on my elbow so I can see Nick's face. Lisa's still pregnant. But she fell. Said she was bleeding, had cramps. The doctor thinks it was twins and she's lost one. She's had a scan. She's definitely still pregnant. Is that even possible? It sounds unlikely. His eyes search mine for reassurance. It isn't. I've Googled it, and it's not uncommon to miscarry one baby. She's really still pregnant. The expression on his face oscillates between disbelief and excitement. Really? Look. I wave the picture of the scan in front of him, as though it's a magic wand that can make his doubts disappear. This is our baby. Nick can't help smiling as he studies the photo. You can tell he's well hung. He must take after idiot. I punch his arm. That's his leg you're looking at, or her leg. It's too early to tell yet. It was twins, though. Nick's face darkens once more. Yes. They do run in Lisa's family. Look, there's something I haven't told you. It suddenly seems important, I'm honest. Lisa had a twin, Jake. He died in a car accident. Oh no. Nick is shaking his head. And I was with him, in the car. It wasn't just a bump, like I told you. We were 19, almost about to start uni. He was... I swallow hard. My boyfriend. First love, I suppose.
Oh, Kat, I'm so sorry.
Nick looks horrified as he pulls me towards him and strokes my hair. His body is shaking, and I don't know if he's sad for me or Lisa, the boy who never got to live his life, or the baby we have lost. I wait, giving him time to absorb everything while I mentally prepare for the inevitable questions. But when Nick does speak, he says, "Sorry, darling, I'm knackered. Do you want to talk some more, or is it okay if I grab a couple of hours' sleep?" "I don't mind if you're tired," I say, trying to keep the disappointment out of my voice. Nick presses down on my hip as he climbs over me. Our eyes meet for a moment before he averts his gaze,